the Supreme Master of the Nine Suns appears. At this moment, the entire world was silent. Even his breathing and heartbeat seemed to have stopped. Awakening the bloodline of the Nine Dragons with a drop of the Nine Dragons' blood essence is indeed amazing. It can actually exert a trace of the power of the divine Nine-Dragon cauldron to block my palm. At this time, the voice in the sky, an extremely majestic voice, rang out again. However, a mere spiritual ocean tier cultivator, no matter how profound his bloodline is, how much of the divine Nine-Dragon cauldron's power can he unleash? How can you really stop me? Break! As the last word break was uttered, the palm shook slightly, and a palm force several times stronger than before suddenly exploded. Boom! This time, the entire world seemed to be shaking. The sky and the earth within hundreds of thousands of miles seemed to be shaking. The divine Nine-Dragon cauldron was the first to bear the brunt, and it let out a violent roar. The bloodline of the Nine Dragons wrapped around the divine Nine-Dragon cauldron wailed, and turned into a ray of blood-red light, rushing into the space between Lu Ming's eyebrows. Kacha! Lu Ming's body trembled violently, as if it was about to explode. At that moment, lightning appeared between Lu Ming's brows. The lightning cauldron coursed through Lu Ming's body to prevent him from being crushed to pieces. It was the lightning cauldron in his sea of consciousness. Thump! In the sky, the divine Nine-Dragon cauldron trembled. Then it split into 9 and turned back into 9 lightning cauldrons. At this time, without the bloodline of the Nine Dragons and under the powerful and terrifying attack, the connection between the 9 divine cauldrons seemed to have disappeared. They trembled and then broke through the sky, flying in all directions, returning to the heads of the 9 dragon veins. The divine Nine-Dragon cauldron flew away, and the huge palm continued to smash down. Lu Ming could not resist at all. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood, as if he was about to be turned into ashes by this palm. Clang! At that moment, Lu Ming's glabella glowed, and a thunder cauldron rushed out automatically. It grew to the size of a mountain, and was filled with shocking lightning. What? Why is there another cauldron? Countless people were dumbfounded and in disbelief. There are many secret treasures, but how can they stop me? He pressed his palm down on the thunder cauldron. The thunder cauldron shook and the lightning spread in all directions. In the end, it could not resist the palm force and was sent back into Lu Ming's forehead. Lu Ming's body trembled violently as if he had been hit by an archaic divine mountain. His body fell like a cannonball. Boom, boom, boom. Martial Emperor Di Yi's palm print didn't stop and continued to fall. However, at this moment, Lu Ming's falling body suddenly emitted golden rays of light. When the golden rays of light spread, Lu Ming's body stopped falling. Buzz! Between Lu Ming's eyebrows, a dazzling light shone. A huge palace floated out and rushed upwards. Countless people almost bit off their tongues. There were too many treasures in Lu Ming's body. They flew out one after another, and each one of them was extremely terrifying. Was he still human? There's someone under the palace. Someone exclaimed. The palace that flew out of Lu Ming's glabella grew rapidly. At the bottom of the palace, there was a towering figure. Senior Jiuyang. Lu Ming was greatly shocked. The palace was the supreme shrine, and the figure below it was the Nine Suns Supreme. Master. When this figure appeared, Yan Quantu cried out in disbelief. At the same time, the 6 great supremes and many spiritual god realm powerhouses also widened their eyes in disbelief. The Nine Suns destroys worlds. Nine Suns Supreme Master's voice rang out, and 9 suns suddenly appeared around the supreme shrine. The 9 suns were like real suns in the sky, emitting endless light. The 9 suns, together with the supreme shrine, collided with the huge palm print. An earth-shattering boom resounded. The space in that area was instantly twisted into pieces, revealing a dark void that swallowed the terrifying energy. Otherwise, the explosion of energy would have turned everything within hundreds of thousands of miles into ashes. Clang! The supreme shrine trembled violently as it fell while being supported by a tall figure. The huge palm seemed to have exhausted its energy and collapsed after blocking the attacks one after another. As the light dissipated, the 9 suns around the supreme shrine disappeared, and the figure of the Nine Suns Supreme Master was clearly revealed. Master! Yin Kuangtu roared. His body trembled in excitement. Xia Zhuyang, is it really you? Didn't you die? The Jiang family's master shouted as well. The other supreme martial artists and other powerhouses also looked at Nine Suns Supreme Martial Artist in disbelief. Many of the younger generation also widened their eyes in shock and disbelief. Who didn't know the name Supreme Nine Suns? The Nine Yang bloodline was unparalleled in the world. When he was alive, he was the god of war of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. His combat strength was unparalleled, and he was known as the #1 sovereign in the Eastern Barren Territory. Even the sovereign path cultivators did not dare to underestimate him. Such a magnificent figure had died more than 50 years ago, which shocked countless people and made it hard to believe. However, it was announced by Martial Emperor De himself, so no one doubted it. But now, the Nine Suns Supreme had reappeared and helped Lu Ming fight against Martial Emperor De. What was going on? Fanatic, I haven't seen you for decades and you've already grown to this stage. You're indeed worthy of being my disciple. The Nine Suns Supreme Master looked at Yin Kuangtu with satisfaction and laughed. Master, what happened back then? Why do you only have a wisp of your soul left? Where is your real body? Who did this to you? Yin Kuangtu was so excited that he asked a few questions in a row. The others were also very curious. Back then, Martial Emperor De only announced the death of Nine Suns Supreme, but he did not say much about the specific situation. This was a question that many people had been wondering for decades. The Supreme of the Nine Suns had unparalleled combat power. Who could kill him? Even an emperor would find it difficult to kill the Nine Suns Supreme. Zhuyang, now that you only have a wisp of your soul left, do you still want to betray me? At this time, a voice full of pressure came from the huge spatial crack in the sky. As the voice fell, a middle-aged man stepped out of the spatial crack. The middle-aged man was tall. He stood in the void with his hands behind his back. An unparalleled majesty spread out and pressed down on millions of miles. When countless people saw this figure, they felt as if they were facing the universe. Deep respect rose in their hearts, and they wanted to kneel down. That was the pressure of the Imperial Tao, ruling the world. Your Majesty Force Emperor. At this moment, countless people from all directions bowed with deep admiration and respect in their eyes. Even Ruan Tingting, Wang Haoxian, and the others were the same. Only Fatty stood up straight and did not move. Martial Emperor De glanced around casually and nodded slightly. Betray? Ha ha ha, De, don't you think it's funny to say this? Supreme Master Zhuyang burst into laughter. Countless people were shocked. Supreme Nine Suns called Martial Emperor De by his name. It didn't seem like he was talking to his master at all. Why did he do this? But no one made a sound. If someone else had called Martial Emperor De by his name, someone would have jumped out and scolded him. However, it was Nine Suns Supreme who had spoken. He was also a supreme figure, so everyone chose to keep their mouths shut. The eyes of the 6 masters of the ancient families flickered, but they didn't make a move. Among them, the master of the Wang family had already recovered. At this moment, his eyes were the most sinister as he swept his gaze over Lu Ming. Zhuyang and De. At this moment, Lu Ming was in a very bad state. He was in excruciating pain all over his body and had a splitting headache. It was as if his soul was about to be torn apart. His vision turned black, and he seemed to be about to fall unconscious at any time. Hold on. Lu Ming roared in his heart. Fanatic, didn't you want to know who killed me? It's this famous martial emperor in front of you, your grandmaster. The Supreme Master of Nine Suns said as he looked at Yin Kuangtu. His words were like divine thunder from the 9 heavens, and an endless storm that swept across the entire area. Countless people widened their eyes and looked at Nine Suns Supreme in shock. They then looked at Martial Emperor De with disbelief. The Nine Suns Supreme had been killed by Martial Emperor De, and only a wisp of his soul remained. What was going on? Supreme Nine Suns was the god of war of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the most powerful man in the Eastern Barren Territory. He had fought for the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, and made great achievements. Why did Martial Emperor De want to kill Supreme Nine Sons? Yan Kuangtu's eyes widened in disbelief. Why? Because he needs my bloodline. By killing me, he can take away my bloodline and help him cultivate a technique. The voice of the Nine Sons Supreme Master rang out, and the people were even more shocked. The other 6 supreme martial artists' eyes flickered as they fell into deep thought. Martial Emperor De had his hands behind his back and his face was calm. Zhuyang, back then, you colluded with the Corpse Emperor and tried to kill me. That's why I attacked you. It seems like you still hold a grudge and want to slander me. At this moment, Martial Emperor De's voice rang out again, which made people even more shocked. Back then, it was Nine Sons Supreme who colluded with Corpse Emperor to harm Martial Emperor Dai. And that was why Martial Emperor Dai attacked Nine Sons Supreme. There was actually such an inside story. Ha ha. The Nine Sons Supreme Master suddenly laughed out loud and said, De, as an Imperial Path expert, it's fine if you plot against me from behind, but you've also fallen into black and white. I, Xia Zhuyang, was really blind back then. How could I have acknowledged you as my master? How dare you, Xia Zhuyang? How dare you try to harm His Majesty, the Force Emperor? You deserve to die. Now that you have come back, I'll suppress you and make sure you are beyond redemption. The patriarch of the Jiang family shouted, his eyes cold. The rest of the people also looked at Nine Sons Supreme with hostility. Hehe. Supreme Master Zhuyang sneered, and did not explain further. He knew that it was useless to explain. This was all because of his strength. Martial Emperor De was a sovereign path expert. He was high and mighty and ruled the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. How powerful was he? Today, even if the Nine Sons Supreme presented conclusive evidence to prove that he had been killed by Martial Emperor De in order to deprive him of the Nine Sons bloodline, the others would not betray Martial Emperor De, and would still stand firmly on his side. This was because of strength. No one would betray Martial Emperor De for a half-dead man. That would be stupid. If they left the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, where would they find such a good cultivation environment and resources? Who would be able to protect them? What's more, Martial Emperor De had already given a reason, which was that Zhuyang had colluded with the Corpse Emperor of the Sky Corpse sect and tried to kill him, which was why he had been killed. Regardless of whether this reason was true or false, it was enough. The Supreme Master of the Nine Sons was well aware of this, so he did not say or explain any further. Without strength, what was the use of saying more? Zhuyang, you're only left with a wisp of your soul. Do you still want to fight with your master? Surrender. Martial Emperor De said. Nine Sons Supreme Master smiled but didn't reply. Instead, he looked at Yan Kuangtu and said, Fanatic, do you believe in me or De? I believe in you, Master. Yan Kuangtu's eyes shone with determination. Good, haha, I didn't misjudge you. Next, I will block De. You take Lu Ming out. Remember, you must take Lu Ming out. Supreme Nine Sons said. Master, let's go together. Yan Kuangtu shouted. Let's go. Duh. Supreme Master Zhuyang roared. His body glowed with dazzling light, and 9 blazing suns appeared again. A pair of rascals with wild ambitions. Today none of you can leave. Die. Martial Emperor De shouted coldly, and a supreme aura burst out of his body, shaking the heaven and earth. He stretched out a hand and pressed down, and a huge hand formed, grabbing toward Nine Sons Supreme and Yan Kuangtu. Bring Lu Ming away. Die. The Nine Sons Paragon shouted, and the light on his body became even brighter. This was the burning of his soul power. The supreme shrine trembled, and 9 suns appeared, blasting toward the huge hand that was pressing down. Yan Kuangtu let out a long howl and transformed into a 3-legged golden crow. He wrapped Lu Ming with a burst of vital essence and charged out. However, Martial Emperor De was too terrifying. He covered the sky with his palm, and the space was suppressed. It exploded in all directions. The sky and the earth seemed to be covered by the palm. Boom. The 9 Sons Supreme, the Supreme Divine Palace, and the giant palm of Martial Emperor De clashed violently. The world shook and the space was penetrated. It was like the end of the world. The people in the area kept retreating, and within tens of thousands of miles, only the figures of the 6 great sovereigns could be seen. Yan Kuangtu let out a long cry and spat out a golden flame sword. However, it was still blocked. A huge palm print suddenly appeared in front of him and collided with the golden flame. Yan Kuangtu's body trembled, and he was forced to retreat. Even though Lu Ming was under Yan Kuangtu's protection, he was still affected by the aftershock. The pain in his body intensified and his vision turned black. Break! The 9 suns paragon bellowed, and the light of the 9 suns in the sky became even brighter, completely covering the real sun in the sky. The light on the 9 suns paragon's body was as bright as flames. Master! Yan Kuangtu roared. If the 9 suns supreme burned his soul like this, he might not even be able to keep this wisp of soul. Evil disciples suppress. Martial Emperor Di's eyes became even colder. He waved his palm, and an even more terrifying palm print smashed down. Boom! The Supreme Divine Hall and the palm print collided, causing a violent tremor. With a final bang, a corner of the Supreme Divine Hall exploded, sending gravel flying. The body of the 9 Suns Supreme Master trembled violently. The golden crow let out a long screech and soared into the sky. It slapped down in the air, and the divine fire of the golden crow turned into a bright sword radiance, clashing with the palm print. The sword light was destroyed, and the golden crow trembled and fell. At this moment, Lu Ming felt that the world was getting darker and darker. He looked at the battle in the sky, and then at the ocean waves' ancient garden. Then his vision turned black and he fell into endless darkness. His injuries were too serious. The explosion of 2 golden chakras from the 9 dragon bloodline had seriously injured him, as well as himself. In addition, he had controlled the divine 9 dragon cauldron to fight against the Supremes, and even exchanged a blow with Martial Emperor De. His injuries were also extremely serious. Finally, he could not hold on any longer and passed out. Little Qing, I'm still too weak. I can't take you with me. This was Lu Ming's last thought before he fainted. Lu Ming fell into a coma, but the battle became more intense. Let's charge. Let's go. 9 Suns Paragon shouted. Together with Yan Kuangtu, they carried Lu Ming and charged out. Another Martial Emperor. However, Martial Emperor De was so powerful that he had completely blocked their way. No matter how hard they tried, it was useless. Boom. Boom. The Supreme Divine Palace and the Palm Prince of De and Martial Emperor collided. They kept shaking and more places exploded. Finally, the entire Supreme Divine Palace cracked. Ah, you old fart. Why aren't you here yet? Did you do it on purpose? In the crowd, Fatty roared repeatedly. In the sky, Supreme 9 Suns and Yan Kuangtu had joined forces and fought with Martial Emperor De for more than a dozen moves. The spectators, including the 6 Supreme Martial Artists, were all shocked. 9 Suns Supreme and Yan Kuangtu were too powerful and abnormal. They could actually fight Martial Emperor De to this extent. It was simply terrifying. They are destined to be defeated today. The 9 Suns burning their souls can temporarily unleash their full power, but they won't last long. The patriarch of the Jiang family coldly said. It's unwise to fight a martial emperor before becoming one. No matter how strong he is, he will still be defeated. Since ancient times, no one in the Supreme Realm has been able to defeat a martial emperor. It's impossible to even contend with him. The head of the chaotic family also said. Bang! Bang! The Supreme Shrine trembled more and more violently as it continued to collapse and explode. The remnant soul of the 9 Suns Supreme started to shake, as if it would dissipate at any moment. Master! Yan Kuangtu gritted his teeth and protected Lu Ming. He charged forward with all his might, but his body trembled and blood flowed out of the golden crow's mouth. The situation was getting worse. Damn it, you old fart. You must have done it on purpose. I don't care anymore. I'll risk it. The fat man cursed. Finally, he gritted his teeth and rushed out of the crowd, madly rushing toward the battlefield of Martial Emperor De and 9 Suns Supreme. Fatty, what are you doing? Wan Tingting cried out in shock. Beside him, the others also looked at Fatty as if he was crazy. This fatty actually dared to rush into the battlefield of supreme martial artists and martial emperors. This was a blatant death wish. As long as he was hit by a wisp of chi, he would definitely end up in ashes. He was crazy. However, the fatty's eyes revealed a fierce look as he muttered, "Old man, I know you don't want to get involved in this mess, but now your dearest, only disciple is about to die. Let's see if you still want to care." Fatty growled and rushed towards the battlefield. In the surroundings, countless gazes were attracted by Fatty and fell on him. Everyone was thinking that this Fatty was crazy. The eyes of the supreme beings flashed, but they didn't stop him. This ant-like thing was courting death. Why did they have to stop him? Once he got close to the battlefield, he would die. As the Fatty neared the battlefield, a terrifying force, the aftermath of the battle, swept across the void. Wherever the force passed, the void collapsed, and a dark and ferocious spatial crack swept towards the Fatty. "Old fart, if you still don't come, this lord will die here," the fat man roared. Buzz. At this moment, the space behind the fat man cracked open, and a huge axe slashed out from the void. The space crack was destroyed by the axe. The axe did not stop and continued to slash toward Martial Emperor De. Martial Emperor De's face turned serious. He waved his palm, and a shocking sword radiance burst out, clashing with the huge axe. It was as if the heavens and earth had been split apart as an incomparably bright light shone out. The space crumbled continuously as an endless amount of energy entered the void. At the same time, the sword ray and the axe also cancelled each other out and disappeared. Heavens, this! Countless people were dumbfounded. Who was it? He could actually fight with Martial Emperor De. Behind the Fatty, a tall figure stepped out from the spatial crack. This was an old man with a messy white beard on his face. However, his body was extremely fat, and he was simply an old version of Kong Jin. He stood beside the fat man, exuding a terrifying and supreme aura. This aura was very similar to that of Martial Emperor De. Emperor, this was a martial emperor. Countless people's hearts twitched. Everything that happened today was beyond their imagination. In the beginning, it was the spiritual god masters who appeared. Then the supremes appeared. In the end, even the 9 Sons Supreme and Martial Emperor De appeared. Now, another sovereign way master had appeared. And all of this was because of Lu Ming. Because of this young man, these unrivaled figures appeared one after another. It made many people feel like they were dreaming. Old monster Motion, this matter has nothing to do with you. You want to be my enemy? Martial Emperor De looked at the fat old man. Martial Emperor De's words shocked even more people. The demonic sky sovereign. This old man was actually the demonic sky sovereign. The demonic sky sovereign was an extremely famous and invincible master in the Eastern Barren Territory. He was even more famous than Martial Emperor De. He was a genuine Martial Emperor master. However, the Devil Sky Emperor did not like to establish his own forces. He preferred to live in seclusion, and his whereabouts were uncertain. Almost no one knew where he was. In the past thousands of years, the demonic Sky Emperor had disappeared without a trace. No one had ever seen him. There were rumors that the demonic Sky Emperor had probably reached the end of his lifespan, and had already died. For thousands of years, countless people in the Eastern Barren Territory had recognized this fact. He had never thought that after thousands of years, the Devil Sky Emperor would actually appear again and not die at all. The lifespan of a King's Realm cultivator was 1,000 years. At the Spirit Sea Realm, one's lifespan was 2,000 years, and at the Spirit Embryo Realm, one's lifespan was 3,000 years. At the Spiritual God Realm, one's lifespan could reach up to 5,000 years. However, once he broke through to the Martial Royal Realm, his lifespan would be greatly increased, reaching more than 10,000 years. However, the lifespan of a Martial Royal Realm martial artist was uncertain. The shorter ones could only live for 10,000 years, while the longer ones could even live for 20,000 years. The demonic Sky Sovereign was definitely more than 15,000 years old. That was why many people thought that he had died. Haha, De, you are an Emperor Path expert. Is it interesting to make things difficult for a few juniors? It's so embarrassing. The Devil Sky King chuckled. This is a matter of my Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. It's not your place to worry about it. Please do as you wish. Martial Emperor De said coldly. Old man. No, master, that Lu Ming is my brother. We have sworn to live and die together. No matter what, we have to save him today. Otherwise you'll lose me, your disciple. The fatty cried out. I can't interfere with the matters of your Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. However, that little fellow is my disciple's brother. If he dies, my disciple will die as well. I'm in a very difficult position. How about this? I don't care about your disciples and grand-disciples, but I want to take that little fellow away. Demonic Sky Old Freak pointed at Lu Ming and said, Demonic Sky Old Monster, it seems like you want to be my enemy. Martial Emperor De's face darkened. His target was Lu Ming. How could he let Demonic Sky Old Monster take him away? De, so what if I'm your enemy? You're just a clone now, and your main body is far away overseas, right? Do you think I'm afraid of you? The Demonic Sky Sovereign grinned and stepped forward. His aura exploded, and a battle axe appeared in his hand. Escape from 9 dragons. You little guys, hurry up and go. Leave De to me. The Demonic Sky Sovereign glanced at 9 Suns Supreme and the others, then swung his axe at Martial Emperor De. This axe could split the sky, as if it was going to split the entire 9 dragons in half. Many thanks, Senior. Fanatic, let's go. Supreme Master Jiuyang said as he and Yen Kuang-tu rushed to the side. You guys, stop those 2 rascals. Martial Emperor De slashed out a shocking sword light to fight against the Demonic Sky Sovereign. At the same time, he gave orders to the supreme beings of the 6 ancient families. Yes. The 6 great supremes responded and surrounded 9 Suns Supreme and Yen Kuang-tu. You 6 are courting death. Yen Kuang-tu roared and launched a violent attack. However, 9 Suns Supreme and Yen Kuang-tu had been injured during the battle with Martial Emperor De, so their combat strength was not as strong as before. They were blocked by the 6 Supremes and could not rush out at all. Today none of you shall think of leaving. The Wang family was furious. He was severely injured by Lu Ming and almost died. It was a great humiliation. He could not wait to skin Lu Ming alive. How could he let Lu Ming leave in peace? His attacks were the most frenzied, and he attacked 9 Suns Supreme and Yen Kuang-tu with no regard for his life. Oh really? Explode. Humph. 9 Suns Supreme Master suddenly snorted, and controlled the Supreme Shrine to crash toward the Wang family master. During the collision, the Supreme Shrine emitted a dazzling light and a terrifying aura. Not good. The Wang clan master's expression changed drastically, and he quickly retreated. But it was too late. Boom. And NBSB. The Supreme God Hall exploded like a sun, and a terrifying energy swept out and drowned the Wang family head. Arg. The patriarch of the Wang family screamed as his body was sent flying thousands of miles away. His body was in tatters, and half of his body had exploded. He had almost died. Tragic, too tragic. Today, the Wang family's master was almost killed by Lu Ming. After recovering a little, he was almost killed by the Supreme Shrine's explosion. Charge! 9 Yang Supreme Master and Yen Kuang-tu charged forward at top speed. The Supreme Shrine self-destructed and opened up a passage. The 2 of them brought Lu Ming and broke through the siege. Selah! Yen Kuang-tu, who had transformed into the 3-legged golden crow, tore the space apart with his claws. He and the 9 Suns Supreme Master rushed into the space crack and disappeared. Chase, chase! Martial Emperor De was furious and roared. The other 5 Supreme Martial Artists tore through space and chased after Yen Kuang-tu and the others. Countless people in 9 dragons were stunned. The Supreme Master of 9 Suns and Yen Kuang-tu had fled with Lu Ming, but there were still 2 Imperial Path experts fighting in the sky. Today's battle was destined to shake the entire East Baron. Lu Ming's name was bound to attract the attention of everyone in the East Baron. 3 days later, a figure was sitting cross-legged on a mountain peak in the west of 9 dragons. Another figure was constantly patting the former's body. sending true energy into the former's body. A moment later, the second figure stopped. The two figures were Lu Ming and Yin Guangtu. Lu Ming sat cross-legged while Yin Guangtu healed him. After nearly 3 days of traveling, they had finally shaken off the 5 family heads of the ancient families. Yin Guangtu was there to treat Lu Ming's injuries. Lu Ming's glabella glowed and a black bead flew out. Then, the remnant soul of the 9 Sons Supreme flew out from the bead. At this moment, the remnant soul of the 9 Sons Supreme Master was extremely weak, as if it would dissipate at any moment. How is Lu Ming? The supreme martial artist of the 9 Sons asked. Master, Lu Ming's injuries are very serious. However, after I treated his injuries, he's much better. He should be waking up soon. Yin Guangtu said. At this moment, Lu Ming's body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? Lu Ming opened his eyes. The environment in front of him stunned him. Wasn't he in 9 dragons? 9 Sons Supreme and Yin Guangtu were fighting with Martial Emperor De, but it was calm here. There were no signs of a battle. Then he saw Yin Guangtu and the 9 Sons Supreme. Senior Jiuyang, Big Brother Yin. Lu Ming was overjoyed to see 9 Sons Cosmos and Yin Guangtu. This battle had started because of him, but it had also implicated 9 Sons Supreme and Yin Guangtu. If something had happened to 9 Sons Supreme and Yin Guangtu, he would not have been at ease. However, seeing that both of them were here, he could finally put down the stone in his heart. Lu Ming, how are you feeling? You've been unconscious for 3 days. Supreme 9 Sons said. You've been unconscious for 3 days. I'm already feeling much better. Lu Ming was shocked. Senior Jiuyang, what is this place? Could it be that he's no longer in 9 dragons? Lu Ming asked. He was very curious. At that time, Martial Emperor De had attacked, so it would have been difficult for 9 Sons Supreme and Yin Guangtu to escape. Perhaps, something else had happened after he fell unconscious. Yes, this place is not in 9 dragons. It's extremely far away from 9 dragons. We're almost out of the territory of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. That's right. Yin Guangtu nodded. This time, it's all thanks to the help of the demonic Sky Emperor. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to escape from De. The demonic Sky Sovereign is the legendary Sovereign Path expert? Lu Ming was extremely shocked. He did not understand why the demonic Sky King would help him. Could it be that he was a helper invited by the 9 Sons Supreme and Yin Guangtu? That's right. It's that senior. His disciple seems to be your brother. That's why the Devil Sky Emperor came to your rescue. Supreme Martial Artist 9 Sons explained. My brother? Lu Ming was even more surprised. Buzz. At this moment, the space in the sky suddenly split open. Lu Ming was shocked. It should be Senior Mo Tian. Yin Guangtu said. It was obvious that they had already contacted each other. Sure enough, a few figures stepped out of the spatial crack. One of the elders was the demonic Sky Sovereign. Beside him were 2 young men, a man and a woman. Fatty Ting Ting. Lu Ming was overjoyed to see the 2 young people. The 2 young men were Fatty and Ruan Ting Ting. Lu Ming, haha, are you alright? The Fatty grinned and flew toward Lu Ming. I'm fine. Lu Ming smiled. He finally knew who his brother was. It had to be Fatty. He had never thought that Fatty's master would be the legendary Devil Sky Sovereign. Junior pays his respects to Senior Mo Tian. This time, I thank Senior Mo Tian for helping me. Yin Guangtu, the Supreme Master of the 9 Sons, stepped forward and saluted the Devil Sky Emperor to express his gratitude. I'm Lu Ming. Thank you for your help, Senior Mo Tian. Lu Ming also went forward to bow. You don't have to be so polite. If it weren't for my unfilial disciple, I wouldn't have bothered to attack. I've offended De for no reason, the Devil Sky King said as he curled his lips. Old man, are you afraid of Martial Emperor De? He asked. The Fatty pouted and looked at the Devil Sky King. 9 Sons Supreme, Yin Guangtu, Lu Ming, and Ruan Ting Ting's eyes twitched, and they almost bit their tongues. Old man who won't die. The Fatty actually called the Devil Sky Emperor that? Chapter 854. See you at the Battle of Providence. The Devil Sky Sovereign was furious. He blew at his beard and glared, scolding. Little brat, what did you say? Would I be afraid of De? When this old man was roaming the world, your grandfather's grandfather's grandfather wasn't even born yet. Little brat, I'm telling you, I'm afraid of getting into trouble, you know? However, Fatty still pursed his lips and looked at him with suspicion. The demonic Sky Sovereign's aura weakened as he said, Little brat, what do you know? I'm telling you, De, that kid is really talented and his cultivation is extremely profound. This time, it's fortunate that it's only his avatar. His real body should be practicing overseas. Otherwise, even I might not be able to stop him. Nine Sons Supreme and Yan Kuangta nodded. They knew very well how powerful martial Emperor De was. If he wasn't strong, how could he have built the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace in the East Baron and be able to compete with the Sky Demon Valley? One must know that the Heavenly Corpse sect didn't even exist before the Emperor Sky Divine Palace. At that time, there was the Talisman sect and other overlord forces. Only when all the human forces joined forces could they contend with the Heavenly Demon Valley. But now, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace alone could compete with the Sky Demon Valley, which showed how strong De was. After this battle, De's real body will definitely return from the ocean. However, what can help the number one's cultivation must be very far away from the Divine Wilderness continent. It is impossible to return in a short time. But when he returns, he will definitely try his best to find you. What are your plans next? The Devil Sky Sovereign asked. Senior, we're planning to head to the Talisman Amulet sect next, and let Lu Ming prepare for the War of Providence. Supreme Nine Sons said. Well, the Talisman sect's Mount Liangyi can't be broken even if De's original body comes. It's a good place. The Devil Sky Sovereign nodded. Senior Jiuyang, are we going to the Talisman Amulet sect next? Then my parents. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. He thought of Lu Yuntian and the rest. The Lu clan was within the territory of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Little guy, this little brat has told me about your situation. I live in the east of the East Baron, not far from your hometown. I will take care of your parents. Also, although Martial Emperor De's behavior is somewhat improper, he is still a martial emperor. He would not touch your family because of you. Otherwise, if word gets out that he, a sovereign path expert, can't deal with a junior in the spiritual ocean realm, and uses his family to threaten him, then De really can't live in the East Continent anymore. He will lose his dignity. The Devil Sky Sovereign said. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He hurriedly saluted the Devil Sky King and said, Lu Ming thanks Senior again. Little guy, you don't have to be so polite. Since you have offended De, it's okay to help you with this little favor. It's also for the sake of this little brat. The Devil Sky Sovereign waved his hand. In fact, he had another plan in mind. Lu Ming was not to be underestimated. He dared to attack an emperor. His determination and courage shocked him. For an ordinary person, it would be good enough if they could stand still in the face of an imperial Dao expert, let alone make a move. Under that kind of heaven-like aura, they would not be able to raise the slightest bit of fighting spirit. They would be defeated before they even fought. However, Lu Ming, who was in the Spirit Sea realm, was able to go against the flow. It was rare. If Lu Ming could surpass De in the future, his future would be limitless. On the other hand, he did not have much time left. If he could use this opportunity to build a good relationship with Lu Ming, Kong Jin would be able to use Lu Ming's strength to go further in the future. He was making plans for Kong Jin. The demonic Sky Sovereign then looked at Nine Sons Supreme and asked, Actually, I'm very curious. Why did De want to kill you back then? Why is he so determined to capture Lu Ming now? On the side, Yan Kuangtu Fatty and Wan Tingting also looked at the Nine Sons Supreme Martial Artist curiously. It was like this back then. The Nine Sons Supreme Martial Artist explained the entire situation. Damn it, De is so despicable. I have fought for him for so many years. Yan Kuangtu growled, his anger soaring. I really didn't expect that De would be so despicable and unscrupulous. It seems that De is a man of great ambition. The Devil Sky Emperor muttered. Indeed. According to my speculation, De's plan is not as simple as the East Continent. Supreme Nine Suns said. Well, I'm leaving too. I'm old. In the end, I still have to rely on you to deal with De. The demonic Sky Sovereign nodded and said. Lu Ming, I'll look for you at the Talisman Amulet Sect half a year later. We'll participate in the Battle of Providence together. I won't fight for the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Fatty said. Lu Ming, I'll take my leave too. Wan Tingting walked over and said. Alright, take care. We'll meet in the Battle of Providence. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Let's go, little brat. This time, when you go back, you'd better cultivate properly. This time, you'll know what it means that there's always someone better than you. The demonic Sky King cursed. He waved his hand and swept up Fatty and Wan Tingting. He tore open the space and stepped in. Then, the space returned to normal, and the few of them disappeared. Lu Ming, these are the things you left in the Supreme Shrine. Take them. The Supreme Shrine has been destroyed. A storage ring appeared in the hands of the Nine Suns Supreme, and he handed it to Lu Ming. Senior Jiuyang, are you alright? Lu Ming took it, and looked at the weak remnant soul of the Nine Suns Supreme. Lu Ming felt terrible. Originally, the soul power of the Nine Suns Supreme had already recovered a lot. However, this time, it became even weaker than before. This time, it was all because of him. Lu Ming, don't worry. I'm fine. You don't have to blame yourself. This battle is a good thing for us. The Nine Suns Cosmos Supremacy seemed to have read Lu Ming's mind. Something good. Lu Ming was stunned. That's right. When you used your bloodline, the Supreme of the ancient family arrived immediately. This means that De had already discovered the appearance of the Nine Dragons bloodline in Nine Dragons, so he sent people to keep an eye on it. I have underestimated De. In that case, it will be even more dangerous for you. You don't know when De will find out. If he secretly takes action, we won't even have a chance to fight back. After this battle, the first benefit is clear. We don't have to worry about De secretly taking action. Also, after this battle, Fanatic will come with us. With his help, my soul power will recover faster. Next, Fanatic will be of great help to you in controlling the Talisman Amulet Sect. In addition, we can also befriend the Demonic Sky Sovereign. If the Demonic Sky Sovereign can help us at a critical moment, it will be a great help to us. These are all benefits. Supreme Martial Artist Nine Suns explained. Lu Ming nodded. Indeed, with Yan Kuangtu's help he would be more confident in his trip to the Talisman Amulet Sect. I have this soul-gathering pearl. It can slowly recover my soul power. What we need to do now is to recuperate first before going to the Talisman Amulet Sect. Once you've settled down there, Fanatic will take me to find a treasure to recover my soul power. With that, the Supreme of Nine Suns flew into the Black Bead and re-entered Lu Ming's glabella. Talisman Sect, Mount Liangyi. Lu Ming, let's go. Let's leave this place and find a place to recuperate. Yan Kuangtu said. He swept Lu Ming with his vital essence and tore the space apart. The two of them disappeared. A day later, they had completely left the territory of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and entered the territory of the Talisman Amulet Sect. The territory that the Talisman Amulet Sect currently occupied was much smaller than the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. However, it still had over 30 large regions and was extremely vast. In the middle of the vast mountains, there was a small lake that was like a bright pearl. Lu Ming sat cross-legged by the lake and circulated the True War Dragon technique to begin healing. On a mountain peak a few miles away, Yan Kuangtu was also sitting cross-legged, healing his injuries. Yan Kuangtu had also been injured in the battle with Martial Emperor De. Nine Dragons was not peaceful at all. Although the war was over, the disturbance caused by it was spreading far and wide. Countless people were talking about this matter. Lu Ming, Yan Kuangtu, the Supreme Master of the Nine Suns, was being discussed by countless people. The heads of the Nine Dragon veins were each guarded by a divine Nine Dragon cauldron. After the great battle, the 9 divine cauldrons returned to their old places. They were like the ancient divine mountains, never moving. Countless people went to the heads of the 9 dragon veins to observe. There were even countless people who came forward, hoping to learn from Lu Ming and pull out the cauldron. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. How could they touch a divine cauldron that an imperial path expert could not touch? Why? Why is Lu Ming able to pull out the cauldron, and even summon the 9 cauldrons while the others can't? What secret does he have? Perhaps he has obtained the recognition of the divine 9 dragon cauldron? Recognition? There's a condition to this. I heard that it has something to do with Lu Ming's bloodline. It said that His Majesty the Martial Emperor made a move for this bloodline. Now that Lu Ming is still alive, do you think he will return one day and summon the 9 cauldrons? Shush, lower your voice, do you want to die? Countless people were discussing, but they were all very careful when it came to sensitive topics. Despite the wind and rain, the 9 cauldrons did not move, as if they were waiting for their master. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. At the lakeside, Lu Ming's body glowed faintly. A tsunami-like sound came from his body. After a while, the sound died down and Lu Ming opened his eyes. I've fully recovered from my injuries. It's a pity that the 9 dragon bloodline exploded its golden chakra, and I've returned to the 9th level of the king realm. However, this doesn't matter. As long as I have enough blood essence, I can quickly advance to the level of a god. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Strength, my strength is still too weak. I'm far from those experts. Lu Ming could not help but clench his fists. After this battle, Lu Ming clearly saw the gap between him and the top master of the East Baron. In front of De and Martial Emperor, he was like an ant. There was no way to compare. There were also supreme beings and spiritual god realm experts. Each and every one of them was terrifyingly powerful, and much more powerful than him. His strength was too weak. If he was weak, he would be in a passive position. Strength. Everything was because of strength. He had to improve his strength as soon as possible. Little Qing, wait for me in the central continent. I will definitely go there and take you away. That day will not be too far away. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with determination. This time he understood that he had been too impulsive. But who had not been impulsive when they were young? Moreover, he had to see the person he loved go to a place she was unwilling to go to and suffer. How could he be indifferent? The key was that he was not strong enough. If he was strong enough, he would be able to break through all obstacles. Who could stop him? This was the second time in his life that Lu Ming had such a strong desire for strength. The first time was when Lu Yao stripped him of his bloodline and wanted to take away the Lu family. At that time, Lu Ming was extremely eager for strength. With strength, he would be able to defeat Lu Yao and regain control of the Lu family, control his own fate, and prevent Li Ping from being bullied. But now he desired strength. With strength he could take Xian Yinqing away, fight against Martial Emperor De, and protect his family and friends. Lu Ming took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. I wonder where that fellow Dandan has run off to. At this moment, Lu Ming thought of Dandan. Previously, during the battle in 9 Dragons, Dandan had run away and no one knew where she went. That guy is very cunning. He should be fine. Lu Ming thought to himself. Lu Ming, how are your injuries? He asked. Yin Kuangtu appeared beside Lu Ming and asked. I've already recovered. Lu Ming stood up and said. Okay, let's go to the Talisman Sect's Yin and Yang Mountain. I'm an old friend of the Talisman Sect's leader. I've already informed him. Yin Kuangtu said. I'll have to trouble Big Brother Yin. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. Haha, why are you being so polite with me? Speaking of which, the two of us can be considered as fellow disciples. It's just that Shizhuan didn't accept you as a disciple. Yin Kuangtu laughed. Immediately Yin Kuangtu tore open the space and rushed towards the Yin and Yang mountain with Lu Ming. Half a day later, a huge mountain range appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. Although they were miles apart, Lu Ming could still feel the magnificence of the Yin and Yang mountain as he stood high in the sky. Mount Liangyi was the headquarters of the Talisman sect. It was made up of two huge mountain ranges. These two mountain ranges were like two yin and yang fish intertwining with each other, forming the shape of the yin and yang of Tai Chi. Even though they were separated by a vast distance, Lu Ming could still feel a vast pressure emanating from it. It pressed down on his heart and his sea of consciousness, causing his mental energy fire to throb. Two mountain ranges forming a natural array, with the help of the inscription array. Is this the Mount Liangyi, which is said to be unbreakable by martial emperors? As expected, it's the creation of heaven and earth. Lu Ming was secretly amazed. He felt that there were terrifying killing formations around the Yin and Yang mountain. Once a strong enemy approached, they would definitely kill. This was the headquarters of the Talisman Amulet sect. After countless years, it had been engraved with a terrifying killing array. This was also the Talisman Amulet sect's reliance. Although there was no emperor in the Talisman Amulet sect now, it was still one of the four overlord forces. Even DE and martial emperors could not do anything about it. Buzz. At this moment, the space in front of them suddenly fluctuated. Then the space cracked open and a figure stepped out. It was a middle-aged man with a long beard. He was wearing a taiji robe and had a sage-like look. His eyes were filled with wisdom. The moment he appeared, he swept his gaze across Yan Kuangtu and Lu Ming. Yan Kuangtu, you've really caused a big commotion. The battle in Nine Dragons has shaken the entire Eastern Barren territory. I'm afraid that some of the bigger forces have already heard about it. Bai Shijin, are you making fun of me? Yan Kuangtu took a sip of his wine and said casually. He then introduced Lu Ming. This person is called Bai Shijin, the Talisman sect master of the Talisman sect. He can be considered an old acquaintance of mine. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. So this person was the Talisman sect master. Right now, the Talisman sect was divided into two factions, the Talisman faction and the Puppet faction. The two factions were not willing to submit to each other, and had endless disputes. You must be Lu Ming? I heard that you were the one who started the Battle of Nine Dragons. I'm very curious. What is it that could make DE take action personally? Bai Shijin looked at Lu Ming, his eyes full of curiosity. The higher-ups of the Talisman sect. Bai Shijin, we'll talk about this later. Let's talk about serious business first. Yan Kuangtu said. Serious business? Yan Kuangtu, don't tell me you two really want to join my Talisman Amulet sect? Speaking of which, I think the Sky Demon Valley and the Heavenly Corpse sect are better choices. With the power of the Heavenly Corpse sect or the Sky Demon Valley, we can better fight against the Emperor Sky Divine Palace and DE, right? Bai Shijin said as he stroked his beard. Bai Shijin, you're wrong. I'm not here to seek refuge with the Talisman Amulet sect. I'm here to help Lu Ming take charge of the Talisman Amulet sect. Yan Kuangtu was very direct, and went straight to the point. What did you just say? Bai Shijin's body suddenly exploded with a powerful aura. His eyes turned cold as he stared at Yan Kuangtu. Yan Kuangtu, this joke is not funny at all. It's not funny, but it's not a joke. I'll tell you directly. Lu Ming is the inheritor of Senior Liansong. Yan Kuangtu said. What? What did you just say? This time, Bai Shijin almost screamed. He could not control his emotions at all. His eyes were wide open and he looked at Lu Ming in shock. The inheritor of Grandmaster Liaozong? You've seen Grandmaster Liaozong? Grandmaster has been missing for 3,000 years. Where did you see him? Don't try to lie to me. A bunch of questions popped up in Bai Shijin's mouth. Senior White, whether it's true or not, you'll know after looking at this. Lu Ming took a step forward, and with a wave of his hand, the all-array diagram appeared in his hand. He opened the all-array diagram and a powerful aura filled the air. There were mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas carved on it. There were countless wonderful patterns and it was extremely mysterious. Bai Shijin's pupils contracted sharply. His eyes were fixed on the myriad array diagram in Lu Ming's hands as he muttered to himself. It's the all-formation illustration. It's really the all-formation illustration. What's wrong with Grandmaster Liansong? Why have you disappeared for 3,000 years, and still haven't returned? Master Liansong, I'm afraid you don't have much time left, Lu Ming sighed. What's going on? What's going on? Bai Shijin stared at Lu Ming as if he wanted to see through him. Bai Shijin, you still don't believe me when I have the million formation illustration in my hands. Yan Kuangtu said coldly. The all-formation illustration is Grandmaster Liansong's divine weapon. It is also the token of the talisman sect's leader. If not for Grandmaster Liansong's direct teachings, you would never be able to get it, not even the Emperor. Where is Grandmaster Liansong now? I want to know. Bai Shijin said. It's like this. Immediately, Lu Ming briefly told him what happened when he met Liansong. What? The patriarch was secretly killed by De? Damn it, despicable and shameless De. After listening to Lu Ming's explanation, Bai Shijin roared in anger. He really did not expect that Liansong would be harmed by De. Then the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace slowly encroached on the Talisman Amulet sect's territory, causing the Talisman Amulet sect to become weaker and weaker. Bai Shijin, you already know the whole story. Lu Ming is the inheritor of Senior Liansong. He was entrusted by Senior Liansong to take charge of the Talisman Amulet sect. Are you going to disobey the Patriarch's order? Yan Kuangtu stared at Bai Shijin and said in a deep voice. Bai Shijin's face darkened, as if he was considering something. After a while he said, Back then, I was greatly indebted to the Grandmaster. Without him, I would not be where I am today. I can never hope for the Grandmaster's kindness, and will never go against his orders. However, I can't make the decision in the Talisman Amulet sect. There are still elders in the Talisman sect. Moreover, there are also people from the puppet sect. They might not agree to it. It's extremely difficult for Lu Ming to take over the Talisman Amulet sect. You mean they won't respect Liansong's life? Yan Kuangtu said coldly. If Grandmaster Liaosong was here, they would not dare to do so. But now Lu Ming is just a junior. I'm afraid it's very difficult for him to do so with just 1 million array illustration. Bai Shijin sighed. Senior White, how would you know if you don't try? Lu Ming smiled. All right, follow me into the Talisman Amulet sect. I will gather the elders of both sects and make a decision together. Bai Shijin thought for a moment and said, All right, let's do that. Yan Kuangtu nodded. Let's go. Bai Shijin tore open the space and the two of them followed him into it. If he followed Bai Shijin, he would naturally not be attacked by the formation. Otherwise, even if he were to tear space apart, he would still be attacked by the formation. The next moment, the space trembled. Lu Ming, Yan Kuangtu, and Bai Shijin appeared in a courtyard. Yan Kuangtu, Lu Ming, the two of you stay here for the night. Tomorrow, I'll gather the higher-ups and elders of both sects to discuss and make a decision. Then, the two of you will go together. Bai Shijin said. Lu Ming and Yan Kuangtu nodded, and Bai Shijin left. Big brother Yan, if we enter the Talisman Amulet sect like this, can we trust Bai Shijin? Lu Ming asked Yan Kuangtu. If Bai Shijin harbored ill intentions, it would be very dangerous for them to enter this place. Lu Ming, don't worry about that. Bai Shijin is an old friend of my master. We have known each other for many years. He is a very loyal person. He was taught by Senior Liansong. He is said to be a grand disciple, but he is actually no different from a disciple. He is very loyal to Senior Liansong. Yan Kuangtu said. If that's the case, then that's good. Lu Ming said. Thus they settled down here. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The next day, Liansong sent someone to bring them to the meeting hall. In a huge hall, more than a dozen figures were sitting. There were men and women, middle-aged and white-haired elders. At the very top, on the left sat Bai Shijin, and on the right sat a white-haired old man with the air of a sage. This old man was the current head of the puppet sect, Du Songjue. The dozen or so people in the hall were the highest-ranking doyens in the Talisman sect. Some of them were equivalent to supreme-level doyens, while the weakest of them was equivalent to a peak 9th-level spiritual god realm existence. They were the group of people with the highest status in the talisman sect. Bai Shijin, you gathered all of us together and said that you have something important to discuss. What is it? Can you tell me now? A burly middle-aged man on the right said. This man was an elder of the puppet sect, Meng Chong. He was extremely powerful, equivalent to a supreme being. As of now, the talisman amulet sect only had a total of 5 supreme being experts. One could only imagine how powerful this person was in the talisman amulet sect. Not everyone is here yet. I'll tell you when everyone is here. Bai Shijin said. Not yet. The higher-ups of our 2 sects are all here. Who are we waiting for? Meng Chong said. He's waiting for us. A rough voice came from outside the hall. Then 2 figures walked in. Yin Kuang-tu, is that you? As soon as Meng Chong saw Yin Kuang-tu, he stood up. A silavira light shone between his brows, but there were traces of faint golden light mixed in the silavira light. A powerful aura spread out. The faint golden light indicated that the mental fire was about to turn golden. A golden mental fire was equivalent to a level 9 alchemist, which was equivalent to an emperor. Silavira with gold, equivalent to a half-step emperor, a supreme being. Chapter 857 Daggers Drawn. Boom. Yin Kuang-tu's body also exploded with a powerful aura. He stared at Meng Chong and said, Meng Chong, what are you shouting for? Are you surprised to see me? Humph. Of course I'm surprised to see you. Who doesn't know about the battle in 9 Dragons? Yin Kuang-tu, so you escaped from 9 Dragons and came to Mount Liangyi to seek refuge with our talisman amulet sect. Bai Shijin, you've gathered us here to discuss Yin Kuang-tu's surrender, right? I object. If Martial Emperor De knows that Yin Kuang-tu has joined us, he will start a war with the talisman amulet sect. It will not be worth it. Meng Chong shouted. That's right. Although Yin Kuang-tu's combat strength is strong, it's not worth it to offend Martial Emperor De. The other elders of the puppet sect also chimed in. Lu Ming looked on coldly. It was said that the puppet sect intended to join Martial Emperor De. Now it seemed to be true. However, Bai Shijin and the elders of Fu sect did not say anything. Haha, Meng Chong, I think you're overthinking it. I'm not here to join you. I'm here for brother Lu Ming. Yin Kuang-tu laughed. Lu Ming. The rest of the people turned to look at Lu Ming. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. They were curious as to why such a young man could cause a war in 9 Dragons. And why even Martial Emperor De had to fight in person. He's Lu Ming. It's said that the Battle of 9 Dragons was because of him. You want us to protect him, don't you? How could he offend Martial Emperor De because of him? Yin Kuang-tu, I advise you to leave quickly. There is no room for discussion. Meng Chong said. Who said that Lu Ming is here to join the talisman amulet sect? He's here to take charge of the talisman amulet sect. Yin Kuang-tu said with a smile. Silence. The hall suddenly fell silent. The patriarchs of the talisman amulet sect were stunned. They looked at Yin Kuang-tu and Lu Ming in a daze. Ha ha ha, Yin Kuang-tu, I think you're crazy. You were beaten silly by Martial Emperor De in 9 Dragons. You can't stay in 9 Dragons anymore, so you came to my talisman amulet sect to talk nonsense. He, a young boy, is in charge of the talisman amulet sect? What a joke, what a joke. After a while, Meng Chong laughed crazily. The others also looked at Yin Kuang-tu as if he was a madman. Yin Kuang-tu pursed his lips and took out his wine gourd. He took a sip of wine and said, If Lu Ming is Senior Lien Song's inheritor, and is entrusted by Senior Lien Song to take charge of the talisman amulet sect, I wonder if it will be possible. Silence. The hall fell silent again, so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Nonsense. Grandmaster Liao Tsong has disappeared for 3,000 years. How could he have inherited his legacy? It was still Meng Chong who spoke. Du Songjue's eyes gleamed as he looked at the expressionless Bai Shijin. I wonder if this can prove it. At this moment, Lu Ming took a step forward and the all-array diagram appeared in his hands. All of a sudden, everyone's eyes were focused on the all-formation illustration. Hiss hiss hiss. Then there were gasps of shock. It's the 10,000 formation chart. Oh my god, it's back! The all-formation illustration is the divine weapon of the sect master Lien Song. It is also the token of the sect master. Without the sect master's personal teaching, no one else can control it. Is he really the inheritor of the sect master? In the hall, a burst of exclamations came. Silavirer light flickered on the foreheads of the Grand Elders as their spirit fire flickered. Their spirit energy was like a spirit storm that filled the hall and formed a powerful pressure. Boy, where did you get the all-formation diagram? Hurry up and hand it over. Meng Chong suddenly stood up. A terrifying pressure emanated from his glabella and pressed toward Lu Ming. His eyes flickered with greed. If he could obtain the 10,000 array diagram, Puppet Sect would be able to command the entire Talisman Amulet Sect. Up above, Du Songjue's eyes were also shining. The mental energy fire between his brows was jumping. He was clearly extremely excited. Bang! Yan Kuangtu took a step forward. A powerful aura surged out and enveloped Lu Ming's body, resisting the pressure. What's wrong? You want to disobey Senior Lien Song's order and steal the all-formation illustration? Yan Kuangtu's eyes turned cold. The million array diagram is a sacred object of the Talisman Amulet Sect. How can it be controlled by a young kid? Hand over the million array diagram now, and tell us about the situation of Grandmaster Liao Tsong. Then we will let you leave safely. Meng Chong said coldly. What a joke. Meng Chong, do you believe that I will cripple you? Yan Kuangtu let out a loud roar. His body was covered in golden crow fire. His violent aura pressed down on Meng Chong, causing the atmosphere in the hall to rise. Meng Chong's expression changed drastically. His mental energy fire flickered, and in front of him, dense inscriptions suddenly spread out, forming a large inscription formation to resist Yan Kuangtu's pressure. At the same time he shouted, Yan Kuangtu, although your combat strength is strong, this is the Talisman Sect. If we fight, you will die without a doubt. Enough to kill you. Yan Kuangtu shouted in an overbearing manner. Meng Chong and the other members of the Puppet Sect looked solemn. They thought of the battle in Nine Dragons. In the Battle of Nine Dragons, Yan Kuangtu's combat strength was unrivaled. He was actually able to fight against 3 great supremes. His combat strength had reached a terrifying level. If they were to really fight him, they would have to pay a heavy price even if they could take him down. Haha, Meng Chong, brother fanatic, we are all old acquaintances. Why are we so tense? Let's sit down and talk slowly. At this moment, Du Songjue, who had been silent the entire time, laughed. Meng Chong snorted and sat down again. Yan Kuangtu chuckled and retracted his aura. Lu Ming did not say anything. He sighed in his heart. He already knew that it would not be easy to control the Talisman Amulet Sect with just the 10,000 array diagram. And this was with Yan Kuangtu around. If he was alone, he believed that the Talisman Sect would definitely kill him, and seize the million array diagram without any room for negotiation. This was strength. Only with strength would there be room for negotiation. Lu Ming has inherited Grandmaster Liao Tsong's legacy. This can't be wrong. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to control the all-formation illustration. Bai Shijin slowly opened his mouth. That's true. The other elders of Talisman Sect also nodded. So what if this is the case? To let a young kid like him take charge of the Talisman Amulet Sect? Moreover, he has offended Martial Emperor De. If Martial Emperor De comes to find him, it will be a big disaster. Meng Chong coldly snorted. Hee Meng Chong, I know that your puppet sect wants to join Martial Emperor De's side, but is De worth it? For example, my master, the Nine Sons Supreme, has made many contributions to De, but he still killed him. If you join him, you might end up the same way. Yan Kuangtu laughed. The expressions of Du Songjue, Meng Chong, and the rest of the puppet sect changed, but they did not say anything. And let me tell you something. Didn't you want to know why Senior Lien Song suddenly disappeared? He was killed by De, and only a wisp of his soul was left, which escaped underground. Yan Kuangtu's voice was like a storm that swept through the hall. Chapter 858 Displaying Talent. Other than Bai Shijin, who knew about this in advance and was relatively calm, the others were so shocked that they almost jumped up. What? Sect Master Lian Song was actually killed by Martial Emperor De? How is that possible? Such a thing actually happened. All the elders were shocked, especially the puppet sect's elders. It's absolutely true. Master said it himself. The all-formation diagram is now half ruined because Master was seriously injured in the battle with De. Lu Ming said loudly. As soon as Lu Ming finished speaking, a figure stepped out from between his eyebrows. It was the Nine Sons Supreme. The Nine Sons Supreme. The members of the Talisman sect all looked over at Paragon Nine Sons. Many of them had been old acquaintances with him. Everyone, what Lu Ming said is true. I have met Senior Lian Song once underground. Supreme Nine Sons said. The words of the Nine Sons Supreme Master made everyone fall into silence. Master, you were actually killed by Martial Emperor De. Du Songjue muttered to himself. Du Songjue was the personal disciple of Lian Song. So, do you still want to join De? If the other disciples of the Talisman Amulet sect knew that the sect master, the master of the Talisman Amulet sect, had been killed by Martial Emperor De, and that you wanted to join him instead, what would they think? Yin Kuangtu sneered. The faces of Meng Chong and the other founding elders of the puppet sect turned ugly. De had secretly harmed Lian Song, and then encroached on the territory of the Talisman Amulet sect. They were mortal enemies. How could they rely on De? If the disciples in the sect knew about this, many of them would probably rebel, right? Since De had harmed Lian Song, how could he accept them? They wouldn't be on guard against them. This path was clearly impossible. What the Talisman Amulet sect can do now is to unite and accumulate strength to fight against the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and Martial Emperor De. Otherwise, only defeat awaits them. Yin Kuangtu shouted. What a joke. How can he fight against Martial Emperor De? Who can compete with De if he is not an emperor? Meng Chong sneered. The others nodded in agreement. If someone can break into the martial royal realm, he can naturally compete with De and even kill him. Yin Kuangtu said. Break into the martial royal realm? Haha, it's not that easy. In the past 10,000 years, how many peerless geniuses have been born in the Eastern Barren Territory? How many of them can break through to the martial royal realm? On average, there's only one in a few thousand years. Yin Kuangtu, you are known as the heaven chosen of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace that only appears once every 1,000 years. Are you confident? Meng Chong looked at Yin Kuangtu with a sneer. I might not be able to do it, but Lu Ming definitely can. Yin Kuangtu said. What right did a young kid have? What a joke. Meng Chong sneered. I think so too. Besides, Senior Lian Song also thinks so. The Nine Sons Supreme Martial Artist spoke, causing Meng Chong to shut up. The people from the Talisman sect could not help but focus their attention on Lu Ming again. They could not help but recall the rumors about Lu Ming. Even Martial Emperor De had taken action because of him. Yin Kuangtu and Master Zhuyang, the two unrivaled Supreme Masters, trusted him so much. Also, why did Lian Song pass his inheritance to him? What was so special about him? He was worthy of the attention of so many big shots. Attention! Everyone, since Lu Ming has received the Grandmaster's legacy, we cannot disobey the Grandmaster's orders. At this moment, Bai Shijin spoke again. This matter is of great importance. It concerns the future of the Talisman Amulet sect. We have to consider it carefully unless Lu Ming can prove that he is worth the risk. Du Songjue said. That's right. I've only heard that this kid is very talented in martial arts. However, if he wants to control our Talisman Amulet sect, he can't rely on martial arts. Kid, show me your spiritual ring. Meng Chong said coldly. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. It was obvious that the people from the puppet sect had started to relent. This was a good start. Seniors, since you want to see it, then take a look. Lu Ming stepped forward and cupped his fists. At the same time, the space between his eyebrows glowed and 6 spiritual rings appeared above his head. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, and blue, 6 colors and 6 rings. The hall fell into silence again. Everyone's eyes and mouth were wide open. They looked at Lu Ming in a daze. They looked at the spirit ring on top of his head, and revealed looks of disbelief. Perfection. All of them have reached perfection. The first 5 levels have all reached perfection. How is this possible? Meng Chong opened his mouth wide as if he had just swallowed a dead rat. Genius, a peerless genius. This kind of talent is comparable to that of Lian Song. That's right. Back then, the ancestral master Liao Tsong had completed the first 5 levels. For the 6th level, he had lit 9 lamps. Lu Ming has a chance of reaching the heights of the ancestral master Liao Tsong. The patriarchs of the Talisman Amulet sect were discussing in shock. Bai Shijin was also dumbfounded and shocked. The reason why he was on Lu Ming's side was mainly because of Lian Song's legacy. No matter who Lian Song's legacy was passed on to, he would support it. However, he never expected that Lu Ming's talent in inscription was so terrifying. The first 5 levels were all in the Great Circle. In the past 10,000 years, no one in the Talisman sect had reached this level except for Lian Song. On the side, Yin Kuangtu was also dumbfounded. He did not know that Lu Ming's Tao of inscription was so terrifying. He could not help but smile bitterly. He's a dual cultivator, yet he's still able to achieve such an achievement. This kid is amazing. No wonder he was chosen by Grandmaster Liao Tsong. Who knows, he might be able to revitalize our Talisman Amulet sect in the future. That's hard to say. The elders of the Talisman sect discussed. Bai Shijin, this matter is of great importance. Let's discuss it. Du Songjue looked at Bai Shijin. I called you here to discuss this. Bai Shijin nodded. He then looked at Lu Ming, Yin Kuangtu, and the others. Why don't you all wait outside the hall first? We need to discuss this. All right, seniors, please go ahead. Lu Ming cupped his fists and walked out of the hall with Yin Kuangtu. It's almost done. But it's impossible for Lu Ming to take charge of the Talisman Amulet sect like this. I reckon that the Talisman Amulet sect will put Lu Ming through some tests. Supreme Nine Suns said. There's no harm in testing. Lu Ming smiled confidently. Then they waited quietly. This wait lasted for 3 hours before someone finally called for them to enter the hall again. Lu Ming, you're still young and your cultivation level is still low. I'm afraid that most people won't be happy if you're in charge of the Talisman Amulet sect now. It'll only bring more trouble. We've discussed with the elders and decided to let you be one of the candidates for the Talisman Amulet sect's Zongzi. What do you think? Bai Shijin was the first to speak. Every sect would have a few Zongzi candidates. These people were all peerless geniuses who would compete with each other. Only the one who stood out in the end would become a true Zongzi and inherit the sect in the future. A huge test. Many thanks to all the seniors. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. It was already very difficult to become a Zongzi candidate. After all, Lu Ming had only just arrived. He had only managed to become a Zongzi because of Yin Kuangtu and the martial prowess of the Nine Suns Supreme. If he had come alone, it would be impossible for these big shots to compromise, and he would not have the chance to show off. He would first obtain the Zongzi candidate position, then he would have to fight for it himself. And Du Songjue and the rest nodded. Lu Ming's neither arrogant nor impatient attitude made everyone satisfied. First of all, I'll make you a Zongzi candidate. However, if you want to become an official Zongzi and take charge of the Talisman Amulet sect in the future, there's one more condition. Du Songjue said slowly. It's here. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He understood that there would definitely be conditions. It would not be that simple. Senior, please speak, Lu Ming said. The condition is that you must stand out in the upcoming Battle of Providence and win first place. That way, you can immediately become an official Zongzi after the Battle of Providence ends. Du Songjue said. The sect masters and elders of the Talisman sect, and Puppet Sect stared at Lu Ming without blinking. Before Lu Ming could speak, Yan Kuangtu roared. What? The first place in the Battle of Providence? How is this possible? Lu Ming has only cultivated for a short period of time. You are deliberately making things difficult for him. This condition is too difficult. Change it. First place in the Battle of Providence. Even though Yan Kuangtu was mentally prepared, he was still shocked. He did not doubt Lu Ming's talent. However, Lu Ming's cultivation time was still slightly shorter than the other geniuses. The top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents were all crazy, especially the top 10, who were extremely terrifying. Furthermore, there were also many newly emerged Heaven's favorites who were extremely brilliant. No one knew how strong they were. And this was the human race. The heavenly monster tribe had many descendants with powerful bloodlines. It was too difficult to win first place. This was simply deliberately making things difficult for him. Yan Kuangtu, this condition is difficult, but it's even more difficult to break through to the Martial Emperor realm and compete with DE. The Martial Royal realm only appears once every few thousand years in the Eastern Barren territory. How many Heaven's favorites have been born in the past few thousand years? Even if this generation is a golden age with many geniuses, there are only a few who can break through to the Martial Emperor realm in the future. Lu Ming must suppress this era, so that he can have a chance to break through to the Martial Emperor realm in the future. Only then will he have a chance to compete with or even defeat DE. Meng Chong's eyes were bright as he shouted. Yan Kuangtu remained silent. He knew that Meng Chong's words made sense. Good. I agree. A clear voice suddenly sounded. Many people's eyes lit up and they looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming stood in the hall quietly, his body straight. His eyes were filled with determination and confidence. First place in the Battle of Providence? He had to do it, and he had to do it. As Meng Chong had said, if he couldn't do it, how could he fight against Martial Emperor DE? Anyone who had reached the Martial Royal realm was a legend. And he wanted to create his own legend. Although he knew it would be difficult, he was motivated only when there was pressure. Alright, it's a deal then. If you can obtain first place in the Battle of Providence, you will definitely bring great luck to the Talisman Amulet sect. When that time comes, I will not go back on my words and will definitely assist you to become the sect leader. Anyone who wants to stop you will have to go through me first. Du Songjue stood up, his voice resounding and powerful. In the past, the puppet sect wanted to seek refuge with Martial Emperor DE, because they were afraid that the Talisman sect would be destroyed. They just wanted to leave behind some of their descendants, not because they were really afraid of death. That's what I wanted to say. Moreover, Lu Ming, if you really get first place, I believe that no one in the Talisman Amulet sect will be unconvinced. Bai Shijin also said. The other elders also nodded. Seniors, don't worry. Lu Ming will definitely do it. Lu Ming's voice was firm. Okay, it's settled. One more thing, you'd better not use your real name now. If DE knows that you're in the Talisman Amulet sect, I'm afraid there will be trouble. I can use a fake name for now. Bai Shijin suggested. Then from now on I'll use the name Tianyun. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said. Tianyun. He had once used it in the Blazing Sun Empire, and not many people knew about it. Alright, that's all for today. A few days later, I'll send out a notice to inform the entire sect that you've become a candidate for the Zongzi position. Goodbye. After Du Songjue finished speaking, he stood up and left with large strides. Meng Chong and the others also stood up and left. In the end, the Talisman sect's elders also left one after another, leaving only Bai Shijin, Yan Kuangtu, and Lu Ming in the hall. Lu Ming, the rest will be up to you. In a few days, the Zongzi candidate token will be given to you. When the time comes, you can enter any of the sacred cultivation grounds of the Talisman Amulet sect. Also, I've already informed my disciple. I'll arrange a new place for you to live later. Bai Shijin said with a smile. Thank you, Senior White. Lu Ming was sincerely grateful. This time, Bai Shijin had helped him a lot. At that moment, a pearl flew out from Lu Ming's glabella. It was the soul-gathering pearl of the 9 Suns Supreme. It flew to Yan Kuangtu and he reached out to grab it. Lu Ming, cultivate in the Talisman Amulet sect from now on. I'm going to bring Master to find some treasures to help Master condense his soul power. Yan Kuangtu said. I hope Senior Jiuyang can recover soon. Lu Ming nodded. The three of them were still talking when a young woman walked in. This woman was in her early 20s. She had an impressive figure and was very beautiful in a long red dress. Master, is there something you need me for? The young lady glanced at Lu Ming and Yan Kuangtu curiously before bowing to Bai Shijin. Qi Shui, you're here. Let me introduce you to Tianyan. This is his first time at the Talisman Amulet sect, and he will be cultivating there from now on. Please take care of him during this period of time. Also, Tianyan will be moving into Cloud Peak House. Bai Shijin said to the young woman. What? No, Master, I won't agree to let him stay in Cloud Peak House. I've always lived there alone. When the young woman heard this, she immediately cried out in dissatisfaction. What's wrong? The Cloud Peak residence has the eyes of inscription, and it's the easiest place to sense the laws of inscription. How can I let you monopolize such a good place? Tianyan has to move there, and if you don't agree you can move. Bai Shijin's face darkened. And MBSB. The young woman's face paled and she stopped talking. Her eyes began to mist as she looked at Bai Shijin. Master usually doted on her the most, but today he actually scolded her for an outsider, making her feel very wronged. Tianyan, this is my youngest disciple Bai Qixue. I've spoiled her, and she's embarrassed me. In the future, you two will get along well. Bai Shijin smiled. Greetings, Miss Bai. Lu Ming cupped his fists at Bai Qixue. Humph. Bai Qixue snorted and ignored Lu Ming. Chapter 860 Bai Qixue. Qixue, what kind of attitude is this? Alright, now bring Tianyan to Cloud Peak residence. You can also take a look around the surrounding area. Bai Shijin ordered. Bai Qixue stomped her feet and turned to leave without looking at Lu Ming. Lu Ming touched his nose with a bitter smile. He really wanted to suggest that Bai Shijin arrange another place for him to stay. It would be more peaceful to stay alone. However, he thought that the Yin Peak house must be very special. It must have been specially arranged by Bai Shijin. Lu Ming did not say anything. He bid farewell to Yan Kuangtu and Bai Shijin and left with Bai Qixue. After Lu Ming and Bai Qixue left, Yan Kuangtu looked at Bai Shijin with a faint smile and said, Bai Shijin, you're really a sly old fox. What are you planning by arranging for such a beautiful disciple to stay with Lu Ming? Cough cough. Bai Shijin coughed a few times and blushed. Brother Yan, you're thinking too much. Lu Ming is a genius. I just want my disciple to learn more from Lu Ming. As for the sparks between young people, that's all up to fate. Ha ha ha. Bai Shijin laughed awkwardly. The meeting hall was at the center of the Tai Chi Yin Yang fish. Lu Ming followed Bai Qixue out of the meeting hall and walked toward the Yin fish. Along the way, Bai Qixue pouted and did not say a word. She did not even look at Lu Ming as she continued to fly. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He could only brace himself and follow. Liangyi Mountain was very vast and occupied a large area. There were countless mountains, lakes, and blessed lands. The two of them flew for more than 100,000 miles, crossing countless mountains and rivers along the way. Finally, they flew toward a peak shrouded in clouds and mist. On the peak of the mountain, there was a courtyard that was exquisitely built. This was Yin Peak House. What a wonderful place. Lu Ming's eyes lit up the moment he landed on the mountain. He could feel the mental energy fire throbbing in his sea of consciousness. It seemed that he could easily sense the existence of the inscription laws, and absorb the inscription power from them to upgrade his mental energy fire. Lu Ming secretly sighed. The world was really wonderful. There were all kinds of strange places. Some places had spiritual eyes and extremely dense spiritual energy. Some places had eyes of Tao, which could help him understand the essence realm of heaven and earth more clearly. However, there was the eye of inscription here, which could easily sense the laws of inscription and absorb the power of inscription. No wonder Bai Shijin had arranged for him to come here. He also hoped that he could improve faster before the Battle of Providence. Bai Qixue opened the door and walked in, followed by Lu Ming. As soon as he entered, Lu Ming noticed that there were some platforms in the courtyard. On the platforms, there were various materials. Lu Ming took one look and knew that they were the materials to refine various runes and inscription scrolls. It seemed that Bai Qixue had been making runes here. That room is yours. Bai Qixue pointed at a room on the left and spoke for the first time. Her voice was clear and pleasant to the ears. And Lu Ming nodded. Also, let me tell you, the things in this courtyard are all things that I used to make inscription scrolls. If you don't understand, don't touch them, understand? Bai Qixue looked at Lu Ming. She had never seen Lu Ming in the Talisman Amulet sect. Among the paragons of the Talisman Amulet sect, there was no one named Lu Ming. She did not know where her master had found this person. He was so important to her that he even allowed him to stay in Yin Peak House. However, in her heart, since he was not a paragon of the Talisman Amulet sect, his Tao of inscription would not be any better. She was really afraid that Lu Ming would damage her materials and disturb her cultivation. All right, I won't touch it. Lu Ming nodded. He could not be bothered to argue with a young lady. Immediately after, Lu Ming looked around and walked into the room on the left, closing the door. Humph. I'm cultivating here alone and I'm free. Master even arranged for someone to come in, and he's a man. I have to think of a way to make him leave on his own. Bai Qixue looked at Lu Ming's door, her eyes darting around. Yes, I did. He just came here, so he must not know anything. I just ignored him after that. What did he ask me? I already said I don't know. Let's just ignore him and see how long he can stay. With that thought in mind, Bai Qixue smiled and felt much better. She started to study the inscription scrolls in the yard. This place is indeed wondrous. My mental energy fire is about to make a breakthrough. Let's try the effects. Lu Ming immediately sat cross-legged and activated the meditation. Immediately, his mind seemed to pass through layers of void and enter the inscription law. The surrounding inscription power was endless and very clear. It was as if Lu Ming could quickly absorb it with a single thought. He immediately started cultivating. Wisps of the power of inscription passed through the void and landed in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. They were absorbed by his mental energy fire, and Lu Ming's mental energy fire slowly became more vigorous. In his sea of consciousness, four blue spirit lamps were burning fiercely. They had already reached their limit, and were only one step away from lighting 5. This is amazing. I can absorb the power of inscription dozens of times faster than other places. It's even more amazing with my meditation of the underworld. Lu Ming was shocked, and he put in more effort in his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, a day and a night had passed. In his sea of consciousness, the flames of the 4 blue spirit lamps were already at their peak. Suddenly, a blue flame appeared in the 5th spirit lamp and jumped in the air. The 5th lamp of spirit was lit. Lu Ming opened his eyes after a while. 5 blue spirit lamps. Now my spirit energy is boundless. I wonder what level it has reached. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. Then he waved his fingers and started to inscribe in the air. Inscriptions appeared and glowed, as if they were going to be carved into the space. In an instant, an array was formed and embedded in the void, shining with a faint light. Unfortunately, after 10 breaths, the formation collapsed. There's still a gap. My mind power can't inscribe formations in the air yet. Perhaps I'll be able to do it if I light 1 or 2 more lamps. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. If this was known by others, their jaws would probably drop. It was extremely difficult to inscribe an array in the void. One had to be a rank 7 true inscription refinement master, which was equivalent to a spirit embryo realm expert. Furthermore, a true inscription alchemist who had just broken through to rank 7 would not be able to do so. The array carved in the air could not be left there for long. Only an expert among rank 7 alchemists could do it. As for Lu Ming, he was only a 6th level alchemist, but the array he inscribed could already stay in the void for a short time. He believed that if his mental strength was stronger, he could really inscribe an array in the void. This was extremely shocking. A level 6 inscriber could inscribe an array in the void, and not many people had been able to do it since ancient times. Once it was achieved, Lu Ming's combat strength would increase rapidly, and the restrictions of the Tao of Inscription would be even less. With my current combat strength, I'm still far from being able to win first place in the Battle of Providence. It's unrealistic to rush up in either one of them in a short time. Martial arts and the Tao of Inscription must advance together and cooperate with each other to exert great power. Only then will I have a greater chance of winning. The most important thing now is to raise the bloodline of the 9 dragons to the level of divine bloodline again. The Talisman Amulet sect focuses on the Tao of Inscription. I believe that there will be a lot of demonic beast blood essence. I'll go and buy some first. At the thought of this, Lu Ming got up, pushed the door open and walked out. Chapter 861 Guidance. As soon as he walked out of the room, he saw Bai Qixue concentrating on making inscription scrolls in the yard. A piece of white paper made of special materials was placed on the platform. Bai Qixue frowned and a blue spiritual fire glowed on his fingertips. Some powder-like materials were sucked into the air and turned into runes under his fingers, then they were absorbed into the paper. Inscriptions would appear on the white paper, intertwining with each other, creating a beautiful and dazzling sight. A Class 7 Level 6 Skyfire Godly Sword. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that Bai Qixue was refining a 7th level Sky Fire Sword inscription scroll. Once this inscription scroll was activated, it could release a Sky Fire Sword, which was equivalent to the attack power of the 7th level of the spiritual ocean realm. Lu Ming was not in a hurry to leave. He appeared behind Bai Qixue silently and watched with great interest. Bai Qixue's technique was very exquisite, and her speed of inscribing was also very good at controlling the spiritual fire. His usage of mental energy fire has already reached the advanced stage of minute subtlety. As expected of Bai Shijin's disciple. Impressive. Lu Ming secretly admired her. Besides the strength of one's mental energy fire, an inscription master's combat strength and mastery of their Tao of Inscription were also related to their usage of the mental energy. If one's mental energy fire was used to an extremely profound level, one could completely defeat a stronger opponent, just like fighting above one's level in martial arts. The usage of mental energy fire could be divided into 5 realms: Adept, Minute, Heart, Intent, and Divine. Each realm was further divided into the early stage, middle stage, late stage, and peak stage. Generally speaking, a rank 6 alchemist who could reach the minute subtlety was already considered a genius. The third realm, the heart, usually required a rank 7 alchemist to master. Intent movement required a rank 8 inscriber to master it, while the Shinha required a rank 9 imperial path expert. Bai Qixue was very young, but she could control her spiritual fire to the late stage of refinement, which was already very rare. She could be considered a peerless genius. Bai Qixue's fingers were moving in the air smoothly. Inscriptions flew into the paper one after another. The Skyfire Godly Sword Talisman Scroll was about to be completed. Bing! Suddenly, a cloud of green smoke came out of the Talisman Scroll. The entire Talisman Scroll burst into flames and burned fiercely, turning into ashes in the blink of an eye. Failed again? What's going on? Can't I inscribe a rank 7 level 6 spell scroll with my current cultivation? Bai Qixue gritted her teeth and frowned. At this moment, he realized that there was something strange behind him. He turned around and saw Lu Ming sizing her up. What are you doing? Bai Qixue was so shocked that she almost jumped up like a frightened rabbit. I didn't do anything. I just happened to see you refining talismans, so I just took a few more glances. Lu Ming smiled. Do you understand what I'm doing? You gave me such a big scare. You're not allowed to hide behind me so sneakily in the future, or I'll report you to Shizhuan. Bai Qixue patted her chest and glared at Lu Ming. Alright, I won't peek anymore. By the way, where can I buy materials, treasures, spirit herbs, and the like? Lu Ming asked. You want to buy something? I don't know. Bai Qixue rolled her eyes and said. You don't know? Where did you get these materials? Lu Ming was stunned. None of your business. Bai Qixue pouted. Lu Ming found it funny. This Bai Qixue was really like a little girl. Was she deliberately making things difficult for him? I remember Senior Bai Shijin telling you to take care of me, but you didn't even tell me this. In that case, I can only send a voice transmission to Senior Bai. Lu Ming sighed. Wait a moment. Bai Qixue was shocked. If Lu Ming had sent a voice transmission to Bai Shijin, she would probably be scolded again. You can buy these things in the treasure pavilion. Don't ask me where I'm going, I don't have time to take you. Here's a map, take a look yourself. Bai Qixue had no choice but to take out a map and give it to Lu Ming. At the same time, she pouted her lips, cursing Lu Ming for not being a man, and using her master to pressure her. Lu Ming opened the map and took a look. He then kept it and smiled. Many thanks, Miss Bai. Having said that, he walked towards the main entrance. When he reached the main entrance, Lu Ming seemed to have thought of something. He stopped in his tracks and said, Miss Bai, when you are refining the talisman scroll of the heavenly fire sword, why don't you lighten the blazing inscription on the 136th line by 2 points, and increase the sharpness inscription on the 565th line by 1 point? Also, delay the use of the flint powder by 5 breaths. Perhaps it would be better. With that, Lu Ming strode out of the main door and headed towards the treasure pavilion. Bai Qixue was stunned for a second. Then she snorted and mumbled. You're just pretending to know what you don't know. Nonsense. How can it be that easy to refine the talisman scroll of the Sky Fire Godly Sword? It's fine as long as I modify a few places. I'm just not familiar with it yet. If I continue to practice more, I'll definitely succeed. After that, Bai Qixue continued to work on the scroll of the Skyfire Godly Sword. But after that, she inscribed it twice in a row, both of which ended in failure. The talisman paper burned and turned into ashes. What's going on? Can't I inscribe a Class 7 Level 6 inscription rune scroll? If I can't even inscribe a Tier 7 Level 6 inscription scroll, I'll have no chance of getting any opportunities in the Battle of Providence half a year later. Bai Qixue frowned, feeling angry. Why don't we try the method that guy mentioned? Lu Ming's words flashed across Bai Qixue's mind. She shook her head and thought, that guy is probably just making things up. Why should I believe him? Although he thought this way, Lu Ming's words still lingered in his mind. What a detestable fellow. He's deliberately disturbing my state of mind, right? I'll give it a try. If it doesn't work, I'll report this to Master and have him driven out of Cloud Peak residence. That's right, I'm so smart. At the thought of using this method to chase Lu Ming out of Cloud Peak House, Bai Qixue smiled happily again. She took out a piece of talisman paper and started to inscribe the Skyfire Magical Sword Talisman Scroll. This time, she had followed Lu Ming's instructions for the few key points. His fingers trembled slightly, and inscriptions flew into the talisman paper, intertwining on the talisman paper to form a mysterious and beautiful picture. Buzz. After a while, when Bai Qixue finished the last inscription, the talisman paper started to shine. There was a faint sound of a sword, and a mysterious formation was shining on the talisman paper. Success. Did you succeed? Bai Qixue's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Her mouth was wide open as she stared at the scroll of the Sky Fire Magical Sword in shock. It was a success. She had never expected that according to Lu Ming's method, it would actually succeed. She had successfully refined the Sky Fire Divine Sword's inscription scroll. How was this possible? Could it be that this fellow is a hidden expert? An idea flashed across Bai Qixue's mind, and she immediately shook her head and mumbled, Impossible. I've seen all the geniuses of the Talisman Amulet sect, but there's no such person. Besides, which youth's inscription techniques can compare to those of the Talisman Amulet sect? That guy must have been lucky. He guessed right. Yes, he was lucky. Bai Qixue gritted her teeth and found an excuse for herself. Following that, she continued to make a few more, and all of them were successful. This made her a little dazed. refining the inscription scroll. Lu Ming flew towards the treasure pavilion according to the marks on the map. Not long after, a huge building appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. It was the treasure pavilion. Inside, there was a place for talisman sect disciples to buy and sell treasures. Moreover, the materials and treasures required to cultivate the Tao of inscription were much more than those required for martial arts. Therefore, the talisman sect's treasure pavilion was very large and had many people. Lu Ming landed and walked toward the hall. There were many people in the hall. There were many small rooms around the hall, but there were long lines. Lu Ming could only randomly choose a place and start to queue. It was Lu Ming's turn after half an hour. What do you need? Are you buying or selling materials? Lu Ming walked into a room. There was a counter in the room. On the counter, a young and beautiful lady smiled at Lu Ming. I want to buy some demonic beast blood essence. Lu Ming said. Demonic beast blood essence, what level and how much do you need? The young woman asked with a smile. There were many people who came to the talisman sect to buy demonic beast blood essence every day. It was nothing strange. I'll buy 50 sets of blood essence of class 6 demonic beasts, and 50 sets of class 7 level 6 demonic beasts. Lu Ming said after thinking for a while. 6th or 7th rank 6th level? The young woman was slightly stunned. What's wrong? You don't have any? Lu Ming said. Yes, there's indeed no more blood essence of this level in stock. You'll have to wait for a while. How about this? If you need it, you can pay a deposit in advance. After a while, when you have enough blood essence, you can come back to get it. How about it? The young woman suggested. That's fine too. I wonder how much it's for? Lu Ming felt helpless. This was the only way now. The blood essence of a class 6 demonic beast is 10 lower grade raw stones for one set, and the blood essence of a class 7 level 6 demonic beast is 30 raw stones for one set. You can keep 500 raw stones as a deposit and collect them in 7 days. What do you think? The young woman said. Lu Ming nodded and paid 500 raw stones as a deposit. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. Demonic beast blood essence was really expensive. If he didn't have the resources left behind by the 9 Sons Supreme Master, he really wouldn't be able to afford it. The Supreme Shrine had been destroyed during the battle in 9 Dragons. However, Supreme 9 Sons had kept all the items and treasures he had left in the Supreme Shrine into a storage ring. Otherwise, Lu Ming would have suffered a great loss. Miss, I'm buying a batch of talismans. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. Since he could not upgrade his 9 Dragons bloodline for the time being, he might as well buy a batch of talisman papers and inscribe some inscription talismans. It would definitely be useful in the War of Providence. It was said that there were many restrictions in the Battle of Providence. For example, he could only bring his own inscription scrolls and runes with him. He couldn't use the ones that others had inscribed. Otherwise, if he brought a few inscription runes inscribed by a rank 7 or rank 8 alchemist, there would be no need to compete. He would be able to sweep away all of them, and that would be meaningless. Only when one inscribed it themselves could it be considered as one's own strength, and could be brought in to be used. Immediately, Lu Ming bought 1,000 talismans of different levels in one go and spent 100 raw gemstones. In comparison, talismans were much cheaper. After purchasing the talismans, Lu Ming left the treasure pavilion and returned to the Cloud Peak residence. As soon as he walked in, he saw Bai Qixue sitting there in a daze. Bai Qixue's eyes brightened when she saw Lu Ming. She sized him up left, right, up, down until Lu Ming was a little embarrassed. Cough, cough, Miss Bai. What are you looking at? I've only left for a short while. Don't tell me you're already missing me? Lu Ming coughed a few times and laughed. Miss you? You wish. Let me ask you. How did you know that the Sky Fire Godly Sword Talisman Scroll needed to be modified like that? Bai Qixue glared at Lu Ming and snorted. You've succeeded. I thought you wouldn't follow my method, Lu Ming said with a faint smile. I just gave it a try and luckily succeeded. You haven't told me how you knew? Bai Qixue asked, emphasizing on the word lucky. Lu Ming laughed in his heart. This young lady really wanted to save face. Actually, I just made a wild guess, he said with a smile. You guessed? Humph, as expected. Bai Qixue pouted and showed an expression of I knew it. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Bai Qixue believed him. All right, don't touch anything here. I'm going out to buy some things. Then he ran out like a gust of wind. I'll also inscribe a batch of inscription scrolls. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a piece of snow-white talisman paper was spread on the platform. Then he waved his fingers in the air, and began to inscribe inscriptions. The talisman that Lu Ming was going to inscribe was called the Fire Prison Talisman. It was a grade 8 level 6 trap talisman. To be honest, this was Lu Ming's first time inscribing a talisman scroll. However, his mind was filled with all kinds of inscription knowledge from Lian Song. At this time, as Lu Ming moved his fingers, the knowledge was slowly displayed. 10 minutes later, a fire prison rune scroll was successfully inscribed. 10 minutes? You're too slow, continue. Lu Ming frowned. He felt that it was still too slow. If this was known by others, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. This was a grade 8 level 6 inscription scroll, and it was Lu Ming's first time inscribing an inscription. It only took him 10 minutes to do so. It was already very terrifying. However, Lu Ming was still not satisfied. For the second one, he was a little faster and only used 9 minutes. As he continued to inscribe, the knowledge and experience in his mind began to combine with the actual operation. Lu Ming's inscribing speed became faster and faster. Moreover, Lu Ming did not need the help of materials to inscribe as his mental fire was extremely rich. He could replace it with mental fire. 2 hours later, Lu Ming only needed 3 minutes to inscribe a fire prison talisman scroll. This speed would scare people to death. My mastery of mental energy fire is still not high. I'm only at the peak of minute subtlety. I need to hone myself. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. His biggest advantage was that his mental energy fire was powerful. Every level was perfect and he had Lian Song's cultivation experience. Therefore, his speed of inscribing was terrifying. However, he was also clear that 3 minutes was his limit. If he wanted to break through, he had to make a breakthrough in the use of mental energy fire and the speed of inscribing. In fact, he had not been practicing inscriptions for a long time. It was already a terrifying thing for him to be able to reach the peak of the refinement realm in the use of mental fire. One must know that Bai Qixue was extremely talented. After more than 10 years of cultivation, she was only at the late stage of the refinement realm. Even Dandan had been amazed by Lu Ming's talent in refining. However, Lu Ming was not satisfied. What he needed to do was not something that others could compare to. Therefore, he had to do better than others. Next, he continued to inscribe runes. This time, he inscribed the 6 Extremes 9-tier talisman scroll, the 9 Extremes sword formation talisman scroll. A 9th level 6th level talisman scroll's attack power was already equivalent to a 9th level spiritual ocean realm martial artist's attack power, and it was extremely difficult to refine. You're a pervert. Lu Ming focused his attention and waved his fingers continuously. Inscriptions flew into the talisman paper one after another. Grade 9 lever 6 talismans were 10 times more complicated than grade 8 lever 6 talismans, so they needed more time. This time, Lu Ming spent a full 1.5 hours before he was successful. The moment the inscription was successful, Lu Ming could clearly feel that in the dark, traces of inscription power descended from the inscription law and integrated into Lu Ming's mental fire, strengthening it. After refining a 9th grade 6th level, the power of inscription from the law of inscription is more than 10 times stronger than that of a 8th grade 6th level. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile, and he continued to refine. As Lu Ming continued to refine, his inscribing speed became faster and faster. Just as Lu Ming was concentrating on inscribing the inscription talisman scroll, Bai Qixue had returned to the Cloud Peak residence. This guy is inscribing talismans? What kind of high-level talisman scroll can this guy inscribe? That's not right. This is a 6 Extremes 9-layer talisman scroll, a level 9 sword formation talisman. At first, Bai Qixue was quite disdainful and just took a few glances at him. However, after a few glances, she could no longer look away and fixed her eyes on Lu Ming. She saw Lu Ming's fingers waving in the air, and his mouth opened so wide that a duck egg could be swallowed. She could tell that Lu Ming was actually inscribing a level 6 9th grade inscription talisman. A 9th grade 6th level inscription talisman scroll was already a top-tier 6th level inscription talisman scroll. Lu Ming's inscription Dao had actually reached such a level. She had only succeeded in inscribing a 7th grade 6th level inscription scroll for the first time under Lu Ming's guidance. Bai Qixue was stunned. The more she looked, the more shocked she was. His usage of mental fire is at the peak of the refinement realm. Also, how is his mental power so powerful and terrifying that he doesn't use any materials? Wait, how is his technique so exquisite and how is his inscribing speed so fast? Bai Qixue was in a daze. She kept mumbling, and the surprise and disbelief in her eyes were getting stronger. Night had fallen, but Lu Ming did not seem to be tired. After he finished carving one, he immediately carved the next one. His speed became faster and faster. Later on, he only needed half an hour to carve a grade 9 level 6 talisman scroll. In one breath, Lu Ming inscribed 15 pieces before he stopped and heaved a long sigh. At this moment, he felt that his spiritual power was a little lacking, and his spiritual fire was a little dim. He needed to rest and recover. Miss Bai, you've returned. Lu Ming finally noticed Bai Qixue. Change. Abnormal. Bai Qixue looked at Lu Ming in a daze and blurted out a few words. Ah, you met a pervert? Where is he? Lu Ming's eyes darted around. You're a pervert. Bai Qixue mumbled. Me. Lu Ming was speechless. Who the hell are you? The Tao of inscription is so powerful? Bai Qixue's eyes were wide open, her eyes scanning Lu Ming from head to toe. I'm Tianyin. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this insensitive lady had seen through him? I know all the paragons of the talisman amulet sect. How come I've never seen you before? Don't tell me? Bai Qixue walked around Lu Ming and looked at him carefully. Could it be that you're a heaven's favorite that Master secretly nurtured? Or are you Master's illegitimate son? Yes, that must be it. No wonder he asked you to live in Yin Peak House. The more Bai Qixue talked, the more excited she became. Her eyes were shining as if she had discovered a big secret. Lu Ming's forehead was full of black lines. This lady's imagination was too rich, right? Miss Bai, I'm neither secretly trained by your master, nor am I his illegitimate son. I've only just arrived at the talisman amulet sect. Lu Ming explained helplessly. You're not? That's impossible. Bai Qixue touched her chin and blinked her big eyes. Then she rolled her eyes. No one knew what she was thinking. After a while, Bai Qixue's face revealed an inexplicable smile, which made Lu Ming's heart tighten. He did not know what this lady was up to. Tianyin, I've suddenly realized that you're not bad. How about this? I won't object to you living in Yin Peak residence from now on, but I have a condition. You have to teach me the Tao of inscription. I've realized that some of your techniques are even more exquisite than my master's. It's decided. You can rest for today, and you'll start teaching me tomorrow. Bai Qixue said with a smile, and then ran back to her room. Lu Ming was left alone in a daze. I haven't agreed to it yet. Just like that, as a condition for living in the Cloud Peak house, Lu Ming took 2 hours out every day to guide Bai Qixue in her cultivation of the inscription Tao. Lu Ming's Tao of inscription was passed down from Lian Song. He was very experienced and sharp. He could always point out Bai Qixue's flaws and key points. In just 2 days, Bai Qixue's understanding of the Tao of inscription had deepened. At the same time, Lu Ming became more and more mysterious in her heart. Tianyin, I'll bring you out for a walk today. You haven't had a good look around since you came to the Talisman Amulet sect, right? There are many good places in the Talisman Amulet sect. On the morning of the 3rd day, Bai Qixue pulled Lu Ming and ran out. Lu Ming was also very curious and he followed Bai Qixue. Along the way, he saw many strange places. Some of them had beautiful scenery, while others were mysterious. It was an eye-opener for Lu Ming. In front of them, a mountain peak appeared. At the foot of the mountain, there was a huge cave, and people were coming in and out. That's the Myriad Formations Cave. There are countless formations in the cave, all of which were inscribed by the experts of the Talisman sect in the past. Some of them are incomplete, while others are complete, for future generations to comprehend. Come, let's go and take a look. Bai Qixue explained. Then, the two of them landed at the entrance of the cave. There were guards at the entrance of the cave. However, Bai Qixue's identity was not ordinary. She was the little disciple of the Talisman sect master, Bai Shijin. Naturally, she was able to enter without any obstacles. As soon as he entered the cave, Lu Ming could feel a complicated aura permeating the air. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the cave, and discovered that there were array diagrams inscribed on the walls on both sides of the cave. There were all sorts of formation diagrams, each emitting a different aura. At a glance, the cave was extremely deep and extended into the distance. On both sides of the cave, there were countless array diagrams. Lu Ming began to read it carefully. He recognized some of the formations, but he didn't recognize most of them. Moreover, there was a detailed explanation under each formation diagram. There were even some incomplete formations that were extremely profound and left for future generations to comprehend and crack. Below were some of the insights gained from comprehending them. Good place, this is really a good place. Lu Ming looked at more than 10 array diagrams and felt that he had gained a lot. This 10,000 formations cave was simply an endless wealth left behind by the ancestors of the Talisman sect. Lu Ming walked forward as he watched. Suddenly, he found a fork in the path beside the cave. He walked in, and there was only one array diagram in the fork. Buzz. When he saw this formation diagram, the heavens and earth seemed to be shaking. He realized that the surroundings had changed. He was in a boundless void. In the void, there were 8 beams of sword qi. The sword qi was incomparably huge, like pillars that held up the sky. They descended from the sky, suppressing in all directions and destroying everything. The extremely powerful sword qi slashed at Lu Ming. It was terrifyingly powerful, just like when he faced Martial Emperor De and 9 dragons. Not good. Lu Ming was shocked. He used all his strength to resist, but it was useless. The powerful sword qi destroyed everything and slashed down on his head. Chapter 864 Looking for a Beating. Bang. Bang. The next moment, the surroundings changed. He was still in the fork. His figure retreated and hit the wall behind him. His back was drenched in cold sweat, and he panted heavily. What a powerful formation. Lu Ming was shocked. He did not dare to look at the array diagram. Tianyan, are you alright? Why did you go and look at that diagram array? It was carved by a supreme martial artist after imitating a rank 9 diagram array. Only a rank 8 alchemist can look at it. At the fork in the road, Bai Qixue looked at Lu Ming with worry. Why isn't there any hint from the grade 9 diagram? Lu Ming was depressed. With his current cultivation, he would be looking for trouble if he looked at the level 9 diagram array. It was already good that he wasn't injured. Isn't it written here? Bai Qixue pointed at a jade plate on the side of the road, which said, only level 8 alchemists are allowed. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He was too focused just now and did not notice it. This is really a good place. If I have time later, I can come here and properly comprehend it. Lu Ming walked out of the fork and smiled. The two of them walked around for a while, and then left, planning to go to other places. However, just as he walked out of the Myriad Formations cave, he was blocked by a few people. The leader of the 3 youths was a youth with an aquiline nose. His eyes flashed with a sharp light from time to time. Shushan, what are you doing? Make way for me. Seeing this young man, Bai Qixue's face darkened and she shouted. Bai Qixue, what are you shouting for? What right do you have to berate me? Humph, you're really a bitch. To think that my big brother is still pursuing you, but you're hiding a wild man in Yin Peak House. Su Shan sneered and looked at Lu Ming. In the past few days, The news of a young man moving into Yun Peak had spread and caused a huge commotion among the younger generation of disciples. Bai Qixue was the youngest disciple of the talisman sect's master, Bai Shijin. She had a noble status and was a beauty. In the talisman sect, there were many geniuses and prides who pursued her, but none of them could catch her eye. Even those on the list of top 1,000 talents were not worthy of her attention. But now, a young man was living in the Cloud Peak house, which was regarded as a holy land in the eyes of many male disciples. How could this not be shocking? Countless people were eager to find trouble with Lu Ming. Su Shan did not expect to meet Bai Qixue here and stopped the two of them. Xu Shanyu, what did you just say? Bai Qixue's face turned red with anger, and she glared at Su Shan. Am I wrong? Su Shan snorted coldly. He then looked at Lu Ming and said, Brat, are you the one who lives in Yun Peak House? Not bad. Lu Ming frowned slightly. Kid, I advise you to get out of Cloud Peak House as soon as possible. Otherwise, you might have your legs broken one day. Su Shan sneered, a hint of jealousy flashing through his eyes. This kid who knows where he came from, but he can actually live in Cloud Peak House. Cloud Peak House not only had the eyes of inscription, but it was also a holy place for cultivating the spiritual fire. At the same time, a beauty like Bai Qixue lived there. How could people not be jealous? I advise you to watch your mouth. Otherwise, you might be slapped in the face one day. Lu Ming smiled faintly and replied. At the side, Bai Qixue burst into laughter. Lu Ming was using Su Shan's words to hit back at him. These words made Su Shan's face turn gloomy, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Kid, I don't know when I'll be slapped until my face is swollen, but today, you'll have your legs broken. Su Shan said coldly. With a wave of his hand, a huge black bear appeared on the ground. This wasn't a real black bear but a puppet. Its eyes emitted a cold light, and the moment it appeared, it let out a shocking roar. This was a puppet that was equivalent to the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier. At this moment, there were other people who heard the commotion and came over. That's Xu Shan and Bai Qixue. I heard that a strange man has been living in the Cloud Peak house recently. Could it be that young man, Su Shan's big brother? He has been pursuing Bai Qixue. No wonder Su Shan is looking for trouble with that man. This is going to be a good show. I don't know where that young man came from. He's actually able to stay in Cloud Peak residence. He's going to be abused sooner or later. It must be Bai Qixue's request. Otherwise, ordinary people wouldn't be able to live there. This young man doesn't know his place. If I were him, I would move out even if I had the chance. I don't know how many people I would offend if I did that. In the surroundings, some people were discussing in low voices. Xushan, what are you doing? If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Bai Qixue took a step forward and stood in front of Lu Ming, glaring at Su Shan. Bai Qixue, it seems that this man is really your little lover. You are so protective of him. Xu Shan sneered. Nonsense. Bai Qixue blushed and said, I am just friends with Tianyun. Friend? Su Shan sneered, looked at Lu Ming and shouted, Brat. What kind of man are you to hide behind a woman? Fight me if you have the guts. Roar, the black bear puppet roared, exuding a violent aura. Since you're asking for it, I'll fulfill your wish. Lu Ming smiled and stepped forward, passing by Qixue. Brat, I'll break your legs. Su Shan's face revealed a malevolent expression, and the space between his brows lit up. The black bear puppet roared in anger and stomped on the ground. With a loud boom, it pounced towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming swung his palm. Boom. The palm landed on the black bear puppet's body and sent it flying 1,000 meters away. It crashed heavily on the ground and became a pile of scrap metal. The entire place fell silent. A puppet equivalent to the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier, made entirely of metal and impervious to swords and spears, was now turned into scrap metal by Lu Ming with a single slap. It was shocking. Martial arts. How is your martial arts so strong? Su Shan reacted and shouted angrily. The talisman amulet sect mainly cultivated the Tao of inscription. They also cultivated the Tao of martial arts, but they were only auxiliary and did not have too deep of a realm. It was rare to see Lu Ming's martial arts so powerful in the Talisman Amulet sect. Of course, there were also some geniuses in the Talisman Amulet sect who were born to cultivate martial arts. However, they were very rare. In fact, they would be looked down upon by others if they cultivated martial arts. You're looking for a beating. Lu Ming strode forward. What kind of skill is it to use martial arts to destroy one of my puppets? If you have the ability, fight me with the Tao of Inscription. Su Shan roared angrily and retreated continuously. With a wave of his hand, 3 puppets appeared on the ground, all at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier. Using the Tao of Inscription, that's fine. Lu Ming moved his hand and an inscription scroll appeared. He opened it and injected his mental energy fire. The inscription scroll glowed and 9 combat swords floated out. Arg Lever 6 Lever 9 Inscription Rune Scroll, 9 Extreme Sword Formation Rune. You're cheating, you're cheating. Su Shan shouted. Whoosh, whoosh. The 9 combat swords danced in the air, cutting the 3 puppets into pieces. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared beside Su Shan. He slapped him. Chapter 865 Spreading News. The crisp sound of a slap could be heard from outside the Thousand Formations cave. Then Su Shan's miserable cries for his parents rang out. Pa. Following that, Lu Ming turned his hand and gave Su Shan another slap, sending him flying. He fell heavily on the ground. Both sides of his face were swollen, and it was beyond recognition. The onlookers were stunned, including Bai Qixue. A battle between inscription masters was not as violent as a battle between warriors. It was rare for someone to go on stage and slap someone. This was the first time they had seen such a scene. You dare to hit young Master Su? You're finished, you're finished. A young man who came with Su Shan pointed at Lu Ming and shouted. Lu Ming waved his hand, and another 9 Extreme Sword Formation Talisman scroll appeared. He stared at the 2 young men and said, "What's wrong? Do you guys want to try? You're despicable, you're shameless. You didn't use your own inscription scrolls. What kind of skill is that?" A young man shouted. When he saw the inscription scroll in Lu Ming's hand, he retreated. Lian Song's face turned pale. They did not expect that Lu Ming had such a high-level inscription scroll. They also did not expect that Lu Ming would be so shameless to use such an inscription scroll. They felt that such a high-level inscription scroll must have been bought by Lu Ming. It was impossible for him to refine it himself. There was an unspoken rule between inscription masters. In a fair duel between 2 inscription masters, they could not use the inscription scrolls refined by others. If that happened, it would not be a contest of strength, but a contest of wealth. He would only use it in a life-and-death battle. Moreover, it wasn't easy to activate a high-grade inscription scroll. Who said I didn't make it myself? Lu Ming pursed his lips. He had clearly refined it himself. You're shameless, let's go. A young man left these words and helped the still dizzy Su Shan up, then hurriedly left. The surrounding onlookers shook their heads and looked at Lu Ming with some disdain. They also did not believe that Lu Ming, this kid who came out of nowhere, could refine a grade 9 level 6 inscription scroll by himself. The young men who could create inscriptions of level 6 and level 9 were all top 300 on the list of top 1,000 talents. They were all divine level talents, on par with martial arts talents who had awakened divine bloodlines. How could this unknown brat be a god-tier prodigy? Moreover, Lu Ming's martial arts were clearly not weak. To be able to turn a 6th level spiritual ocean tier puppet into a pile of scrap metal with a single slap, he clearly had very high attainments in martial arts. Since his martial arts were so profound, it was impossible for him to be that strong in the Tao of Inscription. They would never believe that Lu Ming was so strong in both. Let's go. Lu Ming could not be bothered with the gazes of the people around him. He called out to Bai Qixue and flew forward. Bai Qixue blinked her big eyes and followed him. Tianyan, your martial cultivation is so powerful that you can destroy a class 6 level 6 puppet with a single slap. What level are you at? Could it be that you're a dual cultivator of inscription and martial arts? Along the way, Bai Qixue was so curious that she asked a few questions. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He covered his head and hurried on with his journey. He was too lazy to answer. Tianyun, Su Shan's brother, is a God-grade heaven's favorite, ranked 299th on the list of top 1,000 talents. You've beaten up Su Shan this time, so his brother Su Ri might come looking for trouble with you. You have to be careful. Bai Qixue reminded him. Oh really? Lu Ming nodded casually. After that, the two of them did not go anywhere else but returned to Yin Peak House. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. Lu Ming was inscribing inscriptions in the courtyard. After a few days of inscription cultivation, Lu Ming's speed of inscribing inscriptions had become even faster. He only needed 20 minutes to inscribe a 9 extreme sword array talisman scroll. This speed was already extremely shocking. If this news were to spread, it would definitely scare a group of people to death. On the side, Bai Qixue opened her eyes wide and stared at it without blinking, trying to absorb the parts that she needed. Not long after, Lu Ming inscribed another inscription talisman scroll. Tianyun, based on your inscribing speed, and with a 100% success rate, even if you don't do anything else, you'll still make a fortune just by selling inscription scrolls. Bai Qixue's eyes were shining. How could other people inscribe inscription scrolls so quickly? Furthermore, they would fail and waste materials. Unlike Lu Ming, he did not want any materials. His materials were only talisman paper. The success rate was 100%. It would be strange if he did not make a fortune. Lu Ming nodded his head. This was a good way to earn money. In the future, when he was short of raw gemstones, he could consider refining inscription scrolls to sell. The two of them chatted. From time to time, Lu Ming would guide Bai Qixue in her refining. Hundreds of thousands of miles away from Yin Peak House, there was another mountain peak with a courtyard on it. This courtyard was the courtyard of the God-grade heaven's favorite, Rising Sun. In the courtyard, Su Shan was crying in front of the rising sun. Big brother, you've finally come out of seclusion. You have to avenge me. That Tianyun is simply lawless and extremely arrogant. Shi Shan shouted. You're saying that the kid called Tianyun lives in Yin Peak House. You're courting death. Su Ri said coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent and intense jealousy. That's right, big brother. I'm fighting for you. That's why I'm looking for that kid Tianyun, to get him out of Cloud Peak residence. I didn't expect him to use a Class 9 Level 6 inscription scroll to plot against me. Big brother, you have to avenge me. Su Shan cried out pitifully and miserably. Don't worry. I'll break his legs and kick him out of Cloud Peak House since he dares to stay in Cloud Peak House. The rising sun said. Clang. At this moment, a melodious bell rang. The sound of the bell came from the center of the Talisman Amulet sect. It seemed to be able to cross endless space and spread throughout the entire Mount Liangyi. This is a Hao bell. When it rings, it means that the sect has something important to report. Su Shan and Su Ri's expressions changed. Then they each took out a voice transmission jade talisman. When the bugle bell rang, the major news that the sect wanted to report would be transmitted to the jade talismans of each disciple. When the two of them saw the contents of the jade talismans, their expressions changed drastically. How is that possible? How was that possible? How could that Tianyun be a Zongzi candidate? Su Shan screamed in disbelief. The contents of their jade voice transmission talismans were the news that the higher-ups of the Talisman Amulet sect had promoted Tianyun to a Zongzi candidate. Tianyun, the Tianyun who moved into Cloud Peak residence. Sunrise's eyes were also wide open, filled with disbelief. That's right, it's him. How is that possible? How is this possible? Su Shan was still in disbelief. It was extremely difficult to become a Zongzi candidate. One had to obtain the approval of more than 60% of the elders in both the Talisman sect and the Puppet sect before one could ascend to the throne of a Zongzi candidate. In the future, one would have the hope of competing for the position of Zongzi and eventually take charge of the Talisman Amulet sect. In the Talisman Amulet sect, there were a total of 13 Zongzi candidates. Each of them was a terrifying existence in the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents with unparalleled talent. Chapter 866 All parties are shaken. Damn it, who is this Tianyan? How is he qualified to be a Zongzi candidate? Damn it. The rising sun shouted. Becoming a Zongzi candidate had been Sunrise's dream. He had been working hard for it, but now it had been taken over by a stranger. He was so jealous that he wanted to go crazy. At this moment, the entire Talisman Amulet sect was in a state of confusion. Who was Tianyan? Where did he come from? What qualifications did he have to ascend to the throne of a Zongzi candidate? The eyes of the chosen gleamed with a sharp light. This was especially true for the top 300 God-grade talents on the list of top 1,000 talents. People of their level were all competing for the Zongzi position. How could they be convinced that a young man from the Mo Shang sect would be the one to take it? I'd like to see how capable this Tianyan is to become a Zongzi candidate. Go find out more about this person called Tianyan. Everyone in the Yin and Yang mountain was shocked by the name Tianyan. In the Cloud Peak house, Bai Qixue looked at the voice transmission jade talisman in her hand in a daze. Then, she glared at Lu Ming for a long time before she said, "You still said that you're not Master's illegitimate son. Now you're a Zongzi candidate." Lu Ming's forehead was full of black lines. What was this? It can't be that everyone has been notified, right? Lu Ming asked. Almost all the Talisman sect disciples in Mount Liangyi have received the news. Bai Qixue said. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose. Was there a need to make such a big scene? Lu Ming knew that there would be a lot of trouble. These guys are just looking for trouble. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. He understood that Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others had done this on purpose. It was equivalent to giving him an indirect challenge. He was a stranger who had suddenly appeared, and was appointed as a Zongzi candidate. How could those geniuses accept this? They would definitely find trouble with him. This was the test. Forget it, I'll deal with it as it comes. At most, I'll just go into seclusion and not come out. Lu Ming had a headache. He wasn't afraid of those people, but he was afraid of trouble. Hey, you still haven't answered me. Are you really Master's illegitimate child? Bai Qixue opened her eyes wide and kept asking. She was very curious. Lu Ming was speechless. Can you stop making wild guesses? I didn't cultivate in the Talisman Amulet sect in the past. Not cultivating in the Talisman Amulet sect? Then where do you cultivate? The territory of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? Bai Qixue asked curiously. Almost, Lu Ming said casually. Really? You're really cultivating in the territory of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? Do you know Lu Ming? Bai Qixue became excited and asked a few questions. I don't know him. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he quickly denied it. You don't know Lu Ming? Humph, you're really ignorant. You don't even know Lu Ming. In the Battle of Nine Dragons, Lu Ming pulled out the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron and fought against 3 Supreme Masters. It is said that one of the Supreme Masters was almost killed by him. Even Martial Emperor De took action. How can you not know such a person? He's my idol now. Bai Qixue looked at Lu Ming in disdain, and then looked at the sky with a starry-eyed expression. Lu Ming was a little confused. A hero like Lu Ming is the true unparalleled prodigy in my heart. He's comparable to the top 10 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Sunrise and the others are far behind him. Tianyan, you're not bad, but you're still far behind Lu Ming. Keep working hard. Bai Qixue patted Lu Ming's shoulder, giving him a look that said, you have to work hard. I'll try harder, try harder. Lu Ming's face was covered in cold sweat. At this moment, an elder of the Talisman Amulet sect arrived and Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. This old man was here to give Lu Ming the token that represented the Zongzi candidate. With this token, Lu Ming could enter most of the places in the Talisman Amulet sect at will, except for some important forbidden areas. For the next 2 days, Mount Liangyi was bustling with activity. Everyone was talking about the same name Tianyun. However, none of the paragons were looking for trouble with Lu Ming. They seemed to be waiting for someone else to make the first move and test the waters. 2 days later, Lu Ming left Yun Peak House and headed to the treasure pavilion. The 7 days were up. He went to collect the demonic beast blood essence. Tianyun, that's Tianyun. Lu Ming was recognized the moment he arrived at the treasure pavilion. He's Tianyun? He's so young. What kind of abilities does he have to be appointed as a Zongzi candidate? You don't know? However, there was probably something outstanding about it. Otherwise, why would the elders agree to this? I imagine that he might be a disciple secretly trained by one of the doyens. He's only appearing now that the war of karmic luck is upon us. It's possible. The surroundings were abuzz with discussion. Many people looked at Lu Ming curiously. Some of them were kind, but most of them were jealous. Lu Ming ignored their gazes and went to the counter that he had visited previously. Young master, you're Tianyun? The young lady at the counter widened her eyes and looked at Lu Ming with a curious look. If there's no one else, then it's me. Beauty, have you gathered all the demonic beast blood essence? Lu Ming said. It's all here, take a look, he said. The young woman handed Lu Ming a storage ring. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his mind to confirm that it was correct. After that, Lu Ming paid the 2,500 raw gemstones, kept the demonic beast blood essence, and walked out. Tianyun, stop. A cold voice was heard and 2 figures blocked Lu Ming's path. Xushan. Lu Ming could see at a glance that one of them was Su Shan. The other person looked similar to Su Shan, and his eyes were sharp. It's the rising sun. It looks like the rising sun can't hold back, and is going to make the first move. That's for sure. All the heavens' favorites are watching. Someone has to make the first move. Xushan was beaten up by Tianyun a few days ago, and the rising sun has been pursuing by Qixue. It's reasonable for them to make the first move. I can finally see how extraordinary this Tianyun is. The treasure pavilion was abuzz with discussion. Everyone's eyes were shining as they looked at Lu Ming. So this is the rising sun. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Tianyun, you finally dared to appear. Let's see where you can run off to today. Su Shan said coldly, glaring at Lu Ming fiercely. Back then he was slapped twice by Lu Ming in public and now he was reduced to a joke. He hated Lu Ming to the core. What's wrong? Is your face going to swell again? Lu Ming cast a glance at Su Shan. Su Shan's expression changed, and he retreated slightly. Tianyun, I'd like to see what you're capable of to beat up my brother. Live in the Cloud Peak residence and become a Zongzi candidate. And in BSB. Rising Sun stepped forward, a blue light flashing between his brows, and a massive amount of spiritual energy spreading out. You want your face to swell too? Lu Ming looked at the Rising Sun. Sunrise's expression turned ugly, and an even more violent spiritual power spread out from between his brows, stirring up a spiritual storm in the hall. No fighting in the treasure pavilion. At this moment, a voice came from one of the rooms, followed by a powerful mental energy. Everyone felt a mountain-like pressure on them. Devouring the blood essence again. In the treasure pavilion, an expert came out to warn him. Sunrise's expression changed, and he quickly retracted his mind power. Tianyun, if you have the ability, then go to the battle inscription platform and have a fair battle with me in the art of inscription. The Rising Sun stared at Lu Ming. The battle inscription platform was the place where the Talisman sect disciples competed in the battle inscription Dao. I'm not interested. Lu Ming left with these words and strode away. During this period of time, the 9 Dragons bloodline had been somewhat dispirited. Lu Ming was worried that there would be any aftereffects and had long wanted to try devouring the blood essence. Now that he had obtained the demonic beast blood essence with great difficulty, he could not wait to go back and try it out. He was not in the mood to go to the battle inscription platform to compete. If it was something he could easily settle here, he wouldn't mind. Lu Ming left the treasure pavilion and flew straight to Yin Feng residence. He's just a coward. What right does he have to become a Zongzi candidate? Sunrise snorted coldly as he watched Lu Ming leave. Who knows what methods Tianyan used to become a Zongzi candidate? He's clearly afraid of you, big brother, and doesn't dare to fight you. He'll give himself away if he does. Xushan sneered. In the hall of the treasure pavilion, the others shook their heads as well. They thought that Lu Ming would not dare to compete with the rising sun. This rumor had also spread throughout the entire Mount Liangyi. After Lu Ming returned to the Cloud Peak residence, he went straight to his room and sat cross-legged. A jade bottle appeared in his hand. There were 9 drops of pearl-like demonic beast blood essence. It was the blood essence of a Class 6 Level 6 demonic beast. With a thought, the bloodline of the 9 dragons emerged. 9 Silavira chakra appeared around the 9 dragon bloodline. However, the light was dim, and the 9 dragon bloodline seemed to be a little dispirited. Lu Ming controlled his 9 dragon bloodline, opened his mouth, and swallowed the 9 drops of demonic beast blood essence. He then began to refine them. Slowly, the power of the demonic beast's blood essence was absorbed by the 9 dragon bloodlines. The 9 Silavira chakra slowly became brighter. 2 hours later, the first portion of blood essence was refined. Lu Ming took out another portion of 6th grade 6th level demonic beast blood essence, and continued refining. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Lu Ming had refined more than 10 portions of the demonic beast's blood essence. Finally, the 9 dragons' bloodline regained its vitality. The 9 Silavira chakra glowed brightly, and the speed of refining the blood essence had increased by a notch. Lu Ming continued to refine. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In 4 days, Lu Ming had refined all 50 portions of 6th grade 6th level demonic beast blood essence. However, his 9 dragon bloodline had not advanced to the divine level. What's going on? I haven't been able to level up even after devouring 50 portions of 6th grade demonic beast blood essence, and I've already reached the divine level before. Now the amount of blood essence I've devoured has already exceeded the last time. So why haven't I advanced? Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows. He was a little worried. Would the self-destruction of the chakra stop him from upgrading his 9 dragon bloodline? That would be a huge loss. Impossible. It must be because I haven't devoured enough blood essence. Continue devouring. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and took out a portion of 7th grade 6th level demonic beast blood essence, continuing to devour and refine it. The blood essence of a Class 7 Level 6 demonic beast was 4 to 5 times thicker than that of a Class 6 Level 6 demonic beast. Lu Ming continued to devour the blood essence. Lu Ming was so focused on refining the blood essence that he was unaware of the outside world. In the past few days, Tianyan's name had been spreading like wildfire in Liangyi Mountain. On the second day of Lu Ming's closed-door cultivation, other top 300 talents on the list of top 1,000 talents challenged Lu Ming, but he did not accept the challenge. Then, the rumors about Lu Ming not daring to accept the challenge and his low ability became more and more intense. Later on, there were even geniuses who came to Yin Peak House and wanted to challenge Lu Ming. However, Bai Qixue used the excuse that Lu Ming was in closed-door cultivation and activated the formation of Yin Peak House, turning him away. In this way, the voices of cowardice and incompetence about Lu Ming avoiding the battle became stronger. Some people even suggested to the elders to abolish Lu Ming's Zongzi position and make him move out of Yin Peak House. However, they were rejected immediately. This made many geniuses grit their teeth. They were waiting for Lu Ming to appear and defeat him in public. That way, they would see if he still had the face to continue being a Zongzi candidate. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been in closed-door cultivation for 7 days. Lu Ming refined 10 more portions of 7th grade 6th level blood essence. At this moment, Lu Ming finally felt that his 9 dragon bloodline was about to level up. This time, the amount of blood essence consumed is several times more than the last time. Is this the side effect? But as long as I can advance, it's worth it. No matter how much blood essence I consume, it's worth it. Lu Ming revealed a smile on his face. However, it will cause a huge commotion if I want to level up to a divine bloodline. I must find a secret place and ask Bai Qixue if there are any secret places. At the thought of this, Lu Ming went out of the room and saw Bai Qixue in a daze, frowning. Qixue, why are you in a daze? Lu Ming walked around and smiled. It's all because of you. During this period of time, everyone came to challenge you, but you hid a way to cultivate. I got rid of all of them. Bai Qixue glared at Lu Ming and pouted. Challenge me? I knew it. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He already knew that many people would challenge him. It would be strange if he didn't. What are your plans? Are we going to go out and fight them? Bai Qixue said. I'm not free right now. I'm going into closed-door cultivation for a while. When I come out, I'll pack up. Lu Ming said with a smile. Clean them up together? You're very confident. There are Heaven's Pride experts who are close to the top 100 in this list. Although the Talisman sect is not as powerful as the Empyrean Heavenly Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect, there are still more than 30 people who are ranked between the 100th and 300th on the list of top 1,000 talents. These are all your enemies, can you handle them? Bai Qixue obviously did not believe him. It's fine. Lu Ming smiled. Is there a quiet place here where no one will disturb you? A place where you can cultivate in seclusion without causing a big impact? Yes, the Wind Marshal Cave. It's not very useful for the cultivation of the Tao of Inscription, so few people go there. Moreover, it's full of caves. You can just pick one and no one will know no matter how big a commotion you cause. Bai Qixue said. Alright, the Wind Marshal Cave it is. I'll go and cultivate in seclusion for a while. Jiang Chen said. With that, Lu Ming left the Cloud Peak residence. Following the map, he turned into a rainbow and headed towards the Wind Marshal Cave. The Wind Marshal Cave was hundreds of thousands of miles away. With Lu Ming's speed, he arrived very quickly. The Wind Marshal Cave was filled with strange rocks. There were huge stone mountains over 10,000 meters high everywhere. There were huge caves on the mountains, and strong wind blew out from them. Lu Ming rushed in, randomly chose a cave and flew in. Although Lu Ming was fast, the fact that he had entered the Wind Marshal Cave was still discovered by others. Immediately, the news spread throughout the Liangyi Mountain. We've finally left Yin Peak House. Many Heaven's favorites' eyes lit up when they heard the news. They started to move and headed towards the Wind Marshal Cave. Nine Dragon Form. However, after these people arrived at the Wind Marshal Cave, they all stopped outside the Wind Marshal Cave. The Wind Marshal Cave was extremely vast and had thousands of caves. No one knew which cave Lu Ming had entered. They could only wait outside. After Lu Ming entered a cave, he kept going deeper. Such dense spiritual qi of heaven and earth. As Lu Ming ran forward, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. In the cave, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was extremely rich. However, the Talisman Amulet sect mainly cultivated the Tao of Inscription, so the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was not very useful. Therefore, very few people came to the Wind Marshal Cave. After Lu Ming had traveled tens of thousands of meters, he came to an underground cave. Then he waved his hands and runes were inserted into the surroundings, setting up a large array. The main purpose of this formation was to isolate sound, in case the breakthrough would cause too much of a commotion. After inscribing the formation, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged. Let's upgrade the bloodline of the 9 dragons in one fell swoop. Lu Ming waved his hand. This time he took out 10 portions of 7th grade 6th level demonic beast blood essence. The 9 dragon bloodlines opened their mouths and roared, devouring the 10 portions of blood essence and refining them. The rich power of the blood essence gushed into the 9 dragon bloodlines continuously. A day later, the bloodline of the 9 yang roared into the sky. The dragon roars were continuous, and the surroundings were covered in light, isolating the sound in the cave. Roar! Dragon roars were heard as the body of the 9 dragon bloodline continued to grow. Originally, the 9 dragon bloodline had turned back into the appearance of a flood dragon with only 4 dragon claws on its abdomen. But now, the fifth dragon claw had extended. He transformed into a true dragon. But it wasn't over yet. After the fifth dragon claw extended, the sixth dragon claw followed. Lu Ming's eyes widened in shock. The advancement this time seemed to be different from the previous time. After the sixth dragon claw extended, the dragon roar became even louder, and the aura of the 9-dragon bloodline became even stronger. Roar! With a loud roar, the 7th dragon claw reached out again, then the 8th, and the 9th. A total of 9 dragon claws. 9 dragons. Lu Ming's bloodline had completely transformed into the legendary 9 dragons. The 9-clawed true dragon was called the 9 dragons. It was a mutated existence among the true dragons. It was extremely powerful, far more powerful than ordinary true dragons. It was a unique existence in the world, and also one of the top 10 war beasts mentioned by Dandan. After the 9-dragon bloodline exploded its chakra, it advanced once again, and directly evil-levered into the form of 9 dragons. This was the complete bloodline of the 9 dragons. After a moment of shock, Lu Ming was overjoyed. The 9 dragons roared and the 9 Esilevirer chakras merged into one, turning into a golden chakra. The powerful dragon power spread out and shocked the world. However, the Yin and Yang mountain was protected by a powerful formation. The auras of the 9 dragons were completely isolated. No one outside the mountain could feel them. The devouring power is several times stronger than when I was in my true dragon form. Lu Ming sensed it and was overjoyed. He realized that the devouring power of the 9 dragons was several times stronger than the true dragon form. This time, it was really a blessing in disguise. After the 9-dragon bloodline exploded its meridian cycle and advanced again, it actually awakened the perfect form of 9 dragons. Collect. With a thought, Lu Ming put away the 9-dragon bloodline. He realized that there was also a dragon energy condensed at his spine. I wonder what's the difference between this dragon power and the previous dragon power? Lu Ming pondered for a while. Then he had an idea and his dragon power burst out. A layer of purple gold scale armor emerged on Lu Ming's skin like a suit of armor. It looked extremely demonic. What powerful strength! Lu Ming's eyes were filled with shock. He felt that his body was filled with energy. Boom! With a punch, the space quickly condensed into a ball, and turned into a terrifying energy, blasting forward. Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed. He activated the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, and appeared in front of the ball of energy in an instant. He threw a punch and blocked it. Boom! With a loud bang, Lu Ming's body shook violently, and he was forced to take 8 steps back. So strong. He's too strong. Lu Ming was a little shocked. He couldn't experiment to his heart's content here. Otherwise, the entire mountain would explode. However, Lu Ming could still feel the immense power. This dragon energy was definitely stronger than his previous dragon energy. It was at least a few times stronger. When the dragon energy burst out, Lu Ming's attack and defense would be greatly improved. The dragon power in the past was the power of a real dragon, but the current dragon power could be said to be the power of 9 dragons. It was normal for it to be stronger. Martial Emperor DE, I bet you didn't expect that my self-destruction of my meridian cycles would help me in the end. It allowed me to exert the power of the 9-dragon bloodline to the extreme. Lu Ming's eyes were bright, and there was a smile on his lips. However, I'll probably need even more blood essence to transform into the 9 dragons. I still have 30 portions of Tier 7 6th level blood essence left. I'll upgrade the prison-suppressing steel bloodline first. After I upgrade the prison-suppressing steel bloodline to the 3rd level of the divine level, I'll then upgrade the 9 dragons bloodline. At the thought of this, Lu Ming continued to take out the blood essence and began to devour it. With the advancement of the 9-dragon bloodline, the devouring and refining power had reached a terrifying level, and the speed of refining demonic beast blood essence had become even faster. In just a few hours, 30 portions of blood essence of Class 7 Level 6 had been refined. Buzz! The bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel shook and shone brightly. 2 golden chakras glittered. Suddenly, A golden chakra emerged above the 2 golden chakra. 3 golden chakra, divine level rank 3 bloodline. When the prison suppressing steel's bloodline advanced to the 3rd level of the divine level, the power of the prison suppressing heavenly technique would also increase, and it would reach the highest level of an upper grade demigod martial technique. If I use my full power now and combine it with my dragon power, how powerful will my attack be? Lu Ming was filled with anticipation. The prison suppressing steel's bloodline was suspended in the air. Lu Ming stepped on the ground, and his entire person became one with the earth. What is this feeling? Lu Ming's heart trembled. He quickly closed his eyes and began to comprehend. Just now, when the prison suppressing steel's bloodline was advancing, he was connected to the earth and suddenly felt something. This was a kind of inspiration. Some people also called it a kind of enlightenment. It required a chance coincidence to capture this feeling and enter a wonderful state. This kind of opportunity was hard to come by. Lu Ming closed his eyes and seemed to sink into the depths of the earth, becoming one with it. He was the earth, and the earth was him. The earth was thick, vast, ancient, and eternal. The earth was silent and unending. It contained all living things, moved, suppressed everything, and buried the heaven and earth. It was an extremely powerful intent realm of the heaven and earth. Just like that, Lu Ming immersed himself in the comprehension of the earth essence realm. Time passed slowly. 1 day, 2 days. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Lu Ming was immersed in his comprehension. It had already been 5 days. His comprehension of the earth concept had improved by leaps and bounds. Not only did he break through to level 2 upper tier, but he was also approaching level 2 completion. 5 days' time was equivalent to several months of hard work. At this moment, the area outside the Wind Marshal Cave was already packed with people. Many paragons had rushed here to wait for Lu Ming to come out. There were even more people who came to watch the show. I'll wait here and see how long Lu Ming can hide. Sunrise said coldly. Great improvement in cultivation. Look, even Ji Mai, ranked 107th on the list of top 1,000 talents, is here. There's also senior brother Yen Tongtong, who's ranked 115th. Senior sister Meng Jia, who's 118. Someone cried out in surprise, because they saw 3 extraordinary heavens favorites. These 3 people could be said to be the talisman sex conquerors who were closest to the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents. They were also the most qualified candidates for the Zongzi position. They were extremely powerful. The 3 of them were expressionless and their eyes were closed. They were sitting on a huge rock and waiting quietly. Bai Qixue had also heard the news and rushed over. She looked anxious. Although she knew that Lu Ming was very powerful and could refine 9th grade 6th level inscription scrolls, which of the top 300 divine level talents on the list of top 1,000 talents could not refine 9th grade 6th level inscription scrolls. This was especially true for the paragons of the puppet sect. They could control powerful puppets and had extremely strong combat strength. She did not think that Lu Ming could compete with such a genius. Tianyun, stay in the Wind Marshal Cave for a while longer. Don't come out. Bai Qixue prayed in her heart. In the Wind Marshal Cave, after 5 days of cultivation, Lu Ming opened his eyes. It's really an opportunity that can't be sought. Lu Ming smiled faintly. However, Lu Ming had no intention of going out. With the breakthrough of the Earth Essence Realm, Lu Ming's 4 Essence Realms of Heaven and Earth had all reached level 2 upper tier and above. His cultivation could continue to improve. Lu Ming planned to improve his cultivation before leaving. He sat cross-legged and waved his hand. A pile of raw gemstones appeared on the ground, and the 9-dragon bloodline emerged. He opened his mouth and inhaled. The devouring power burst out, and at least 200 raw gemstones exploded. The surging original qi was devoured by the 9-dragon bloodline. Origin qi was the qi of the origin of heaven and earth. It was many times stronger than spirit qi. His spirit ocean churned as his true essence continued to rise. Not long after, 200 raw gemstones were refined and another 200 were devoured. Boom, boom, boom. True essence rumbled like a tsunami, and the rumbling only stopped after half a day. 7th level of the spiritual ocean realm. Lu Ming broke through to the 7th level of the spiritual ocean realm in one go. The area of his spirit ocean had doubled again. However, Lu Ming did not stop and continued to refine the origin stone. After another half a day, Lu Ming's cultivation rose to the peak 7th level spiritual ocean realm before he stopped cultivating. In total, he had consumed 3,000 raw gemstones. Fortunately, I have the wealth left behind by Senior Jiuyang. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult. Lu Ming smiled. It was time to leave. It had been 8 days since he came to the Wind Marshal Cave for closed-door cultivation. In the past 8 days, his strength had increased to a terrifying level. With a faint smile, Lu Ming walked out. When he exited the Wind Marshal Cave, he was stunned. Outside, there was a dense crowd of people surrounding the Wind Marshal Cave. Whoa, aren't these people a little too enthusiastic? Did they all wait for me here? Lu Ming could guess what was going on. He was speechless. Tianyan has come out. As soon as Lu Ming came out, someone shouted. Countless pairs of eyes looked at Lu Ming in unison. He's so young and ordinary. I thought he had 3 heads and 6 arms. He's not ordinary. Don't you think he's very handsome? Pooh love-struck fool, get lost. Instantly, a series of discussions broke out. Many young women's eyes lit up. They felt that Lu Ming was very handsome, which made many young men unhappy. Buzz. A figure strode out and stood in front of Lu Ming. His eyes were dark as he said, Tianyan, you've finally come out. I thought you were going to hide like a turtle in its shell. Let's see where you're going to run off to today. The one who spoke was Rising Sun, and he was the first to step forward. Lu Ming glanced at him and said indifferently, It seems that I didn't beat you up last time. You're really itching for a beating. All right, I'll fulfill your wish today. Lu Ming strode forward. Today, there were so many people gathered here. He would kill the chicken to warn the monkeys, so that he wouldn't be annoyed to death by these people. You're looking for death. Sunrise's eyes turned cold. With a wave of his hand, 7 huge puppets appeared in front of him. 3 of them were equivalent to the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm, and 4 were equivalent to the peak of the 8th level. When the 7 puppets attacked together, they were comparable to an expert at the peak 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm. Sunrise was ranked in the top 300 on the list of top 1,000 talents, and was known as a god-level talent. He was definitely not weak, and could control 7 powerful puppets at once. He was definitely not weaker than Wang Haoxian and Long Qianli. The 7 puppets roared and pounced on Lu Ming. Tianyan, be careful. Bai Qixue shouted from the crowd. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He did not stop and slapped. Many people were stunned. Lu Ming was going to fight the puppet with his body. Many people sneered in their hearts. Puppets were made of all kinds of hard and powerful metals. They were impervious to swords and spears, so how could flesh and blood resist them? But the next moment, their eyes almost popped out. Bang! Lu Ming smacked a puppet at the peak of the 8th level of the spiritual ocean realm with his palm. This puppet, which weighed a few million pounds, was sent flying and exploded into a pile of scrap metal in the air. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming used both his hands and feet, looking like a terrifying god of war. With a punch, a puppet exploded. With a kick, another puppet exploded. Whether it was a puppet at the peak 8th level of the spiritual ocean realm, or a puppet at the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm, the outcome was the same. They were instantly turned into a pile of scrap metal. Countless people rubbed their eyes, thinking that they were dreaming. How could this be possible? How did this happen? An inscriber's main focus was on mental fire. The strength of their body was much weaker than that of a warrior. They had never seen such a direct, overbearing, and violent way of fighting, where they used their bodies to crush the puppets and turn them into scrap metal. Lu Ming strode forward and rushed toward the rising sun. Impossible? How did this happen? Die. Sunrise roared and an inscription scroll appeared in his hand. He opened it and a combat sword appeared. He slashed it at Lu Ming's head. This inscription talisman scroll had the attack power of a peak 9th level spiritual ocean tier. However, with a wave of Lu Ming's hand, the combat sword collapsed. Lu Ming's figure instantly appeared in front of Sunrise and he slapped him. Pa! The crisp sound of a slap resounded throughout the entire place. Many people felt their gums ache, and Sunrise screamed even more miserably. His teeth flew out mixed with blood, and half of his face swelled up high. Pa! With a backhand, he slapped Sunrise again, making him dizzy and unable to sense his direction. Then, he kicked out and Sunrise was sent flying. He lay on the ground and screamed like a dead fish. Many people drew in a breath of cold air. This Tianyan was simply too overbearing and violent. He had defeated Sunrise so easily. One must know that Sunrise was a god-tier genius. How dare you, Tianyan? You're actually so vicious. You've seriously injured your fellow disciples. You've committed a heinous crime. A heaven's favorite that was stronger than the rising sun roared. Don't fucking grumble. If you want to attack, then attack. If you don't dare to attack, then get lost. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the sound. It was a young man with a jade crown on his head. He was fair and clean. Simply put, he was a pretty boy. Guanrong, who was ranked 259th on the list of top 1,000 talents. Someone recognized the young man. A great battle against the various geniuses. He was ranked 259th on the list of top 1,000 talents, which was much stronger than Sunrise. How arrogant. I'll defeat you. Guanrong's expression turned ugly after being reprimanded by Lu Ming. He strode forward. With every step he took, dense runes would appear on the ground. Roar! A ferocious tiger was formed and pounced at Lu Ming. After the tiger, there were also giant bears, pythons and other demonic beasts. In an instant, more than 10 demonic beasts pounced at Lu Ming. To be able to set up so many formations in an instant, Guanrong's Tao of formations was extremely terrifying. His usage of mental energy fire had also reached the peak of the refinement realm, which was similar to Lu Ming's. As the demonic beasts pounced at Lu Ming, Guanrong waved his hand and 3 inscription scrolls appeared in front of him. The 3 inscriptions were activated at the same time, and 3 flood dragons pounced out with a roar. Their attack power was equivalent to the peak 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm. This kind of attack was like a storm. A normal 9th level spiritual ocean tier martial artist would be drowned by this storm of attacks and torn into pieces. The combat style of an inscription master was completely different from that of a warrior. Lu Ming was expressionless as he strode forward and struck out with his palm. The space rumbled violently and the demonic beasts that pounced at him were instantly destroyed. What followed were 3 flood dragons. Boom, boom, boom. For intents of heaven and earth wrapped around his body as he circulated 20% of the prison suppressing heaven art's power to clash with the 3 flood dragons. Lu Ming did not dare to use the prison suppressing heavenly art at full force. The power of the prison suppressing heavenly art was equivalent to the 6th stage of a high-grade demigod martial arts technique. The consumption of vital essence was extremely terrifying. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, if he used all his strength, his vital essence would be completely drained in a few moves. With 3 loud bangs, the 3 flood dragons were defeated. Guanrong's pupils contracted sharply. In an instant, an array appeared on his body and formed a pair of wings. With a flap of the wings, he retreated like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, he waved his hand and 5 inscription talismans appeared in front of him. 2 of them turned into 2 rings of light and enveloped Guanrong's body. These were protective talismans that were indestructible. As for the other 3 inscription scrolls, 2 of them condensed 2 combat swords and slashed at Lu Ming. They also had the power of the peak 9th level spiritual ocean realm. The most shocking inscription scroll condensed a long spear and stabbed at Lu Ming. The power that this long spear emitted was terrifying and shocking, exceeding the range of the 9th level spiritual ocean tier. If one had to classify it, it would be classified as a grade 10 level 6 inscription scroll. Lu Ming's eyes turned serious. He condensed 2 long spears in his hands and shot them out, clashing with the 2 combat swords. His palm hit the spear. Explode! Break! Lu Ming shouted in a low voice and the long spear exploded. He used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and took a few steps forward, appearing in front of Guan Rong in an instant. His palm was like a sharp sword, stabbing forward. The 2 light screens in front of Guan Rong shattered like paper. No! Guan Rong shrieked and retreated like a bolt of lightning. However, Lu Ming was faster and followed closely behind. He stretched out his palm and grabbed Guan Rong's throat. With a jolt of his Zhen Yuan, Guan Rong's body suddenly went soft like mud. Lu Ming swung his arm and Guan Rong fell heavily to the ground, right beside Sunrise. Everyone around them widened their eyes in shock. Lu Ming was too powerful. He defeated Guan Rong as if it was a piece of cake. This made the other geniuses' faces turn ugly. Haven't you all been waiting for a long time? If you want to fight, then hurry up and come at me together. I don't have that much time to play with you. Lu Ming scanned his surroundings and said coldly. Lu Ming planned to establish his authority today. Arrogant. He's too arrogant. You think you're invincible just because you defeated Sunrise and Guan Rong? What a joke. Since he wants to die, let's attack him together and see how capable he is. A cold voice sounded. One figure after another stepped forward, and a powerful spiritual storm burst out, filling the entire area. There were more than a dozen of them, and they were all god-level talents ranked in the top 300 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Some of them were even in the top 200. However, Ji Mai, Yin Tong Tong, and Meng Jia didn't walk out. Instead, they watched from afar with bright eyes. It was obvious that the 3 of them did not want to join forces to deal with Lu Ming. Cut the crap and make your move. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He had made great progress this time, and wanted to have a big fight. Arrogant. Let's attack together. With a cold shout, more than 50 huge puppets appeared on the ground. For every puppet, the weakest was equivalent to the 9th level of the spiritual ocean tier, while the strongest far exceeded the 9th level. The puppet roared angrily. It stomped on the ground and pounced at Lu Ming. A portion of them had inscription scrolls appear in front of them. Dazzling light spread out from these inscription scrolls, giving off a terrifying aura. Good. The fighting spirit in Lu Ming's eyes grew stronger. The power of the 9 dragons in his 9-dragon bloodline exploded, and a layer of purple-gold scales appeared on his body. What's that? Many people gasped. A secret technique of martial arts. Someone said. Boom. Lu Ming stomped on the ground and the rocks exploded. He dashed out. Boom. Boom. His fists continued to punch out, clashing with the puppets. Bang. 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 The sounds of explosions rose and fell as the puppets at the 9th level of the spiritual ocean tier suddenly exploded like fragile balloons. Lu Ming's combat strength was terrifying when he combined his dragon power with the prison-suppressing steel. Not just the puppets at the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm, but even those puppets that surpassed the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm would still be blown up. Such a scene was extremely terrifying. The inscription scroll glowed, and all kinds of powerful attacks poured down on Lu Ming. There were endless flames as well as lightning, storms, swords, blades, and so on. Every single one of them was extremely terrifying, far exceeding the 9th level of the spiritual ocean realm. The combat strength of such geniuses all surpassed the peak 9th level spiritual ocean realm. Ordinary experts at the 9th level of the spiritual ocean tier would be blasted into smithereens in an instant. However, Lu Ming was unafraid. He was covered in dragon scales and was indestructible. He charged up and unleashed the prison-suppressing heavenly art from every inch of his body. The attacks exploded with a loud bang. Lu Ming broke through the layers of attacks and charged towards the elites. Not good, quickly retreat. The heavens' favorites were shocked. Each of them used an inscription formation and retreated quickly. At the same time, with every step they took back, they would leave an inscription on the ground. At the same time, a large number of puppets and inscription scrolls appeared. This time, many of the puppets actually formed a large formation. When they worked together, their aura was even more shocking. Moreover, someone even took out an even stronger inscription scroll. These people were known as god-tier geniuses, and their combat prowess was already extremely terrifying. They were characters that could contend against the geniuses of the Empyrean Heavenly Divine Palace and Heavenly Corpse sect. They were naturally very strong. However, Lu Ming was stronger. Lu Ming's combat strength was already extremely terrifying at the last 9 dragons exchange. He had the absolute ability to fight against the top 200. This time, Lu Ming's Earth Will had a breakthrough. All 4 types of Will had reached the advanced stage of the 2nd level. When they were combined, they were even more powerful. At the same time, the power of the 9 dragons had also become much stronger. It was several times stronger than the dragon power from before, and with the addition of the prison suppressing heaven technique. His cultivation had also increased by 1 level, reaching the peak of the 7th level spiritual ocean realm. Lu Ming was now fully confident that he could fight Difeng and Shi Mo, who were ranked 101st and 102nd on the list of top 1,000 talents. How powerful was he? Chapter 871 Piled Together. Lu Ming's current combat strength could be said to be infinitesimally close to a spirit embryo realm expert. Lu Ming could even contend with an ordinary spirit embryo realm expert. Among the younger generation, he was not afraid of anyone except for the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Boom! Lu Ming was like an ancient beast as he charged forward. He was brutal, violent, and violent as he clashed with the puppets. Boom! 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 He used violent means to break the battle formation formed by the puppets. With a punch, the weak puppets were directly blown apart, and the powerful puppets were also sent flying, their bodies deformed. Some of the flames and lightning struck the scales on Lu Ming's skin but were blocked by them. Bang! Lu Ming blasted away 9 powerful puppets in a row, and appeared in front of a Heaven's Pride expert from the puppet sect. The Heaven's Pride expert's eyes widened and he wanted to retreat, but Lu Ming's palm made him spit out a mouthful of blood. He reached out, grabbed, and threw directly to the side of Rising Sun and Guanrong. 3 figures appeared on the ground, all lying on the ground, unable to get up. Bang! After dealing with this paragon, Lu Ming stomped his feet and soared into the sky. He destroyed 2 scorching fireballs, a lightning sword, and a flood dragon formed from ice in succession. He appeared in front of a paragon from the Talisman sect, and punched through his talisman defense. Essential core surged in, and the paragon's body went limp. He was thrown beside Sunrise and the others. Buzz! In the next moment, Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and charged at another prodigy like a bolt of lightning. It was unstoppable. All the puppets and inscription scrolls were destroyed by Lu Ming. One by one, the figures were sent flying by Lu Ming and fell beside the Rising Sun and the others. The people who were watching the battle were all dumbfounded. Their jaws were about to drop as they looked at everything in disbelief. More than a dozen god-level prodigies joined forces, but they could not put up any resistance in front of Lu Ming. They were completely crushed and sent flying one by one. Lu Ming threw them on the ground like garbage and piled them up. In just a few minutes, more than 10 people were left there by Lu Ming. All of them were furious and ashamed. I admit defeat. Some of the remaining people shouted and wanted to admit defeat. They were really frightened by Lu Ming's terrifying combat strength. You want to fight and you don't want to fight and you don't want to fight. How can there be such a good thing? I won't allow it. Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning. His figure was like an ancient beast as he charged at the other party. Bang! Ah! Then that heaven's favorite was piled together with the Rising Sun and the others. Then Lu Ming's figure flashed and another 2 geniuses were sent flying. Tianyun, this is the Talisman Amulet sect. What kind of skill is it for you to win with martial arts? If you have the ability, use the Tao of inscription. One of the remaining heaven's favorites shouted. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the puppet protecting him was sent flying by Lu Ming. He was also kicked away by Lu Ming and crashed into the group of elites, causing the others to scream in pain. The entire arena fell silent. The dozen or so heaven's favorites were all gathered together and roaring in anger. This caused the countless Talisman Amulet sect disciples to be dumbfounded. They could not believe what they were seeing. These were the few god-tier prodigies of the Talisman sect. Although the Talisman sect's territory was far from being comparable to the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, it still had over 30 large regions and countless geniuses. There were so many geniuses, but less than 50 god-grade geniuses. Which one of these heaven's favorites wasn't high up in the air? They were like the stars surrounding the moon, looking down on the younger generation. But now there were more than a dozen of them. They were like a pile of garbage, roaring and screaming. It was too horrible to look at. This scene was too illusionary and unreal. Some people even slapped themselves to see if they were dreaming. Bai Qixue was also stunned. He did not expect Lu Ming to be so powerful. More than a dozen paragons joined forces, and they were all defeated in a short time. He was unbelievably powerful. She recalled the attitude she had towards Lu Ming when she first met him. Her heart could not help but beat faster, and she felt a little scared. If Lu Ming went crazy, she, a weak woman, would not be able to take it. This guy is so strong, but he didn't tell me. Then, Bai Qixue snorted in her heart. Ji Mai, Yin Tongtong, and Meng Jiao were also shocked as they looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming's strength had exceeded their expectations. The three of them were all ranked in the top 120 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Naturally, their combat strength was unparalleled and they were powerful. However, they were not confident that they could defeat more than a dozen divine-level geniuses as easily as Lu Ming. Even if this fellow's combat strength can't be compared to those freaks in the top 100, it's almost on par with Di Feng, Shi Mo, and the others. My Talisman Amulet sect actually has such a powerful martial arts expert, and at such a young age at that? Ji Mai murmured. His voice was filled with shock and surprise. He was ranked 107th on the list of top 1,000 talents, but he didn't think he could do that. Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. He could feel that the vital essence in his spirit sea had been greatly depleted. In the violent storm of attacks just now, the prison-suppressing heavenly art had not only unleashed 20% of its power. Tianyan, what kind of skill is it for you to use martial arts? If you have the ability, then use the Tao of inscription to fight us. A young man shouted. His eyes were about to spit fire, and he was extremely ashamed and resentful. That's right. You're a Zongzi candidate, but you can only use martial arts against your enemies. Who would be convinced? Zongzi candidates will have to compete for the position of Zongzi, and then inherit the position of sect leader of the Talisman Amulet sect. If one is only strong in martial arts and not good in the Tao of inscription, how can one inherit the position of sect leader and take charge of the Talisman Amulet sect? The other heaven's favorites also shouted. And NBSP, the eyes of the other spectators flashed. That was indeed the case. They did not deny that Lu Ming was powerful. If Lu Ming was just an ordinary disciple of the Talisman Amulet sect, even if his Tao of inscription was weak, he would still be respected by others due to his powerful martial arts. However, Lu Ming's status was different. He was a Zongzi candidate. In the future, he would compete for the position of Zongzi, or even the sect leader of the Talisman Amulet sect. That would not do. He had to have a strong inscription Tao to convince the masses. Otherwise, no matter how strong one's martial Tao was, one would not be qualified to inherit the position of sect master. How about this? At this moment, Ji Mai suddenly opened his mouth and attracted everyone's attention. Was Ji Mai going to make a move? Lu Ming's gaze also shifted to Ji Mai. In 2 months, the sect will hold a competition to determine who will enter the observatory. The observatory is the #1 sacred cultivation ground of the Talisman sect. Other than the 13 Zongzis who will not be participating, all the other young geniuses will be participating. Brother Tianyan, why don't you join us and compare notes with our fellow disciples? Jimai said with a smile. Although he said it tactfully, it was equivalent to an invitation to a battle. He was inviting Lu Ming to participate in the competition 2 months later to fight for the quota to enter the Heaven Observatory. Martial arts were not of much use in that kind of competition. They would naturally know how good Lu Ming's Tao of Inscription was when the time came. All right, I agree. Lu Ming replied indifferently. No matter what, at least for the next 2 months, he would have peace and no one would disturb him. The observatory. Upon hearing Lu Ming's agreement, Jimai, Yin Tong Tong, Ming Jia, and the others' eyes lit up. The paragons who were thrown together by Lu Ming also had different expressions. Some gritted their teeth and insisted on having the competition 2 months later to regain the face they had lost today. Some were in deep thought. Lu Ming had agreed so quickly. Could it be that the Tao of Inscription was also extremely powerful? But how was that possible? If the martial path was already so freakish, how strong could the Tao of Inscription be? The true qi in your bodies will dissipate in 2 hours. Lu Ming looked at the young men who were still lying on the ground. He smiled faintly and stepped into the air to leave. Hey Tianyan, wait for me. Bai Qixue immediately followed him like a little shadow. This made the sunrise and other suitors who were pursuing Bai Qixue gnash their teeth in jealousy. However, no one dared to cause trouble for Lu Ming. What a joke. Lu Ming was so powerful in martial arts. Was he looking for a beating? Lu Ming and Bai Qixue swaggered out of the place. Your martial arts cultivation is actually so powerful? You actually hid it from me? On the way, Bai Qixue stared at Lu Ming and mumbled. You didn't ask me. Lu Ming said. You're that strong? He should be very famous. Why haven't I heard of him before? Bai Qixue was confused. Because I'm more low-key. I've always been low-key, so it's normal that you don't know me. Lu Ming said shamelessly, which immediately attracted Bai Qixue's contempt. You want to keep a low profile? He defeated more than 10 God-level heaven's favorites at once. I'm afraid that in 2 days, the news will spread all over Mount Liangyi. Bai Qixue rolled her eyes at Lu Ming and said in disdain. Lu Ming touched his nose. He was forced to do this. Are you really going to participate in the competition 2 months from now? Bai Qixue asked again. Of course, I've already agreed. By the way, what kind of place is the observatory? What's so special about it? Lu Ming asked curiously. The Heaven Observation Platform is also known as the Heaven Observation Land. It can be said to be the #1 cultivation holy land of the Symbol Puppet sect. It is said that in the Heaven Observation Land, one can come into close contact with the inscription laws. By observing the inscription laws, the speed of absorbing the power of inscription will be frighteningly fast. However, the energy required to open the Heaven Observation Land is extremely terrifying. Therefore, the number of people who can enter each time is very limited. The other 13 Zongzis have already entered. This time, only 3 people will be allowed to enter the Heaven Observation Zone. Therefore, a competition will be held in the entire sect. Only the top 3 can enter the Heaven Observation Zone for a month. Bai Qixue explained. Lu Ming nodded. He had a rough idea in his heart. Are you confident? Bai Qixue asked, blinking her big eyes. She was curious. No, I didn't. Lu Ming's answer made Bai Qixue stumble and almost fall. No. If you're not confident, why did you agree? Bai Qixue said. If you agree, you'll have at least 2 months of peace, right? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Indeed, he wasn't 100% confident. After all, he had only been in contact with the Tao of Inscription for a short period of time. The other heaven's favorites had already cultivated for more than 10 years. This was especially so for geniuses like Jimai, Yin Tong, and Ming Jia. Lu Ming had no confidence in winning just by relying on the Tao of Inscription. In terms of the richness of his mental energy fire, Lu Ming was confident that it would not be inferior to Jimai and the rest. One should know that Lu Ming had lit 10 mental energy lamps at every level, achieving perfection. No matter how talented Ji Mai and the others were, it was impossible for them to reach the perfect stage. It was already terrifying to be able to light 8 lamps of will at each level. Lu Ming's weakness was his usage of mental energy fire. His usage of mental energy fire had already reached the peak of the refinement realm. In the eyes of ordinary geniuses, it was already very terrifying and not weaker than many god-tier geniuses. However, Lu Ming believed that geniuses like Ji Mai were definitely not just at the peak of minute subtlety. Perhaps they had already reached the realm of heart. The higher one's mental energy level was, the stronger one's combat strength would be when they had the same mental energy fire. His current weakness was the use of mental fire. Bai Qixue was speechless. So Lu Ming had agreed to it just for 2 months of peace. Soon, the two of them returned to Yin Peak House. Yes, I have to go and buy another batch of demonic beast blood essence to continue to improve the grade of my bloodline. Back in his room, Lu Ming was deep in thought. Also the third bloodline, I don't know why, I still can't awaken. At the thought of this, Lu Ming frowned a little. Many god-level prodigies had already awakened their third bloodline before they reached the 7th level of the spiritual ocean tier. However, he had yet to awaken it. He could clearly feel that his spine seemed to be nurturing something, but he could not awaken it. He always felt that something was missing. Little Qing and Fatty are also awakening slower than others. I don't know if it's good or bad. Also, I can't just let things be in the competition 2 months from now. I have to convince those people so that they won't find trouble with me. It'll be beneficial for me to take charge of the Talisman Amulet sect in the future. Lu Ming's mind was filled with various thoughts. However, it wasn't that easy to make these god-tier heaven's favorites submit. If I can improve the realm of the use of mental fire, I'll be more confident. I wonder if there's a place in the Yin and Yang mountain where I can refine and use the mental fire. At the thought of this, Lu Ming took out the map that Bai Qixue gave him and opened it to read. Lu Ming's eyes lit up after a while. The Mental Energy Refining Hall was a cultivation ground that specialized in training the use of mental energy fire. The Talisman sect was indeed an overlord force that specialized in the Tao of inscription. It had everything. Lu Ming was now a Zongzi candidate. Apart from a few restricted places, he could enter most of the cultivation places. It was a good time to cultivate there. Lu Ming immediately took out the rough stone and began to devour it to recover his essential core. Not long after, Lu Ming's essential core had fully recovered. He left Cloud Peak residence and headed to the Spirit Training Hall. The Spirit Tempering Hall was a large hall, but it was filled with formations and could accommodate many people to cultivate. Lu Ming flashed his Zongzi candidate token and entered easily. After entering the hall, he found that there were many doors of light. At a glance, there were at least a few hundred. Lu Ming walked inside and chose a door of light in an isolated corner. On the door of light, there were words of elementary, intermediate, advanced, and top-notch. This should be the choice of difficulty. I'll choose intermediate. Lu Ming pressed the word intermediate, and the word intermediate shone brightly. Then he took a step and stepped in. When he entered the light door, he found himself in an empty void. Here, Lu Ming realized that the essential core in his body was suppressed. Even his intent realm was suppressed. He could only use his mental energy fire. Buzz. A blue arrow shot toward Lu Ming at lightning speed. An arrow condensed from mental fire. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He could clearly sense that this arrow was completely condensed from mental energy fire. Training the mental fire. Lu Ming's glabella glowed, and a more powerful mental energy fire rushed out. It also formed an arrow and shot toward the arrow in front of him. However, just as the two arrows were about to collide, the incoming arrow suddenly turned nimbly and dodged Lu Ming's arrow. It continued to shoot toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming wanted to make a turn, but it was too late. He could only condense more mental energy fire to form an arrow and shoot it at the arrow. The arrow was finally intercepted by Lu Ming and offset. However, at this moment, more arrows suddenly condensed in the surroundings and shot toward Lu Ming. These arrows were extremely agile. Like a nimble snake, they danced in the air and shot toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming controlled the mental fire, but he could not keep up with the speed of the arrows. He could only release more mental fire to block the arrows with numbers. However, this greatly depleted Lu Ming's mental energy fire. Soon his mental energy fire was depleted. Whoosh! Whoosh! With his mental energy fire depleted, Lu Ming could no longer block the arrows. He was instantly hit by the arrows, and a tearing pain came from his head. His vision turned black, and in the next moment, Lu Ming realized that he had returned to the door of light he had entered earlier. It's only medium difficulty and it's already so difficult. It seems like I'm really not that good at using mental fire? Lu Ming smiled bitterly and stepped into the light door again. The next moment he was back in the void. Buzz! Around him, more blue arrows formed and shot toward him. It was said that in the spirit tempering hall, the amount and quality of the spirit fire condensed from the arrows were exactly the same as the person who entered. In order to completely block these arrows, one had to condense one's own spirit fire. Each spirit fire had to be equal to the amount of the attacking spirit fire. Furthermore, one spirit fire had to intercept one of the other's spirit fire. This way, one could finally completely offset the attacking spirit fire and pass the test. As long as the mental energy fire that he condensed was thicker and stronger than the other parties, the number of arrows that he could condense would definitely be less than the other parties. Just like Lu Ming previously, he used violent attacks to block some of the arrows in the front. However, very soon, his mental energy would be depleted, and he could only be beaten up at the back. However, these arrows were too agile. It was too difficult to block them perfectly. One had to have extremely precise control over one's mental fire. At the same time, one's control of it had to be very impressive in order to completely block them. Lu Ming was fully focused, controlling his mental energy fire to block the arrows that were coming from all directions. This time, Lu Ming held on for a longer time. The arrows that were shot at him were too agile. Lu Ming could not keep up with the speed of the other party. By controlling one arrow alone, he could only release a large number of mental energy arrows to surround them. Soon his mental energy was depleted again. The arrows pierced his body and Lu Ming was teleported out of the door of light. Continue. Continue. Lu Ming stepped into the door of light again and again, training the use of his mental energy fire. Slowly he became more and more familiar with the use of his mental fire. He could barely keep up with his opponent's speed and offset the arrows by controlling his own mental fire. However, it still wasn't perfect. In the end, he would still be killed and teleported out of the light door. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been cultivating here for 7 days. Whoosh! 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 More than a dozen arrows flew in the air. Lu Ming controlled the arrows condensed by his mental energy fire, and continuously blocked the arrows that were shot at him. In the end, when Lu Ming's mental energy fire was depleted, there were no more arrows coming from all directions. He blocked the attack perfectly and Lu Ming successfully passed the intermediate level. Now my usage of mental energy fire has improved a lot, and I'm infinitely close to the heart-reaching realm. Lu Ming thought in his heart. For two people who had the same amount of mental energy fire, the higher the level of mental energy fire utilization, the more puppets they could control. In fact, the stronger the puppet they controlled, the stronger their combat strength would naturally be. Furthermore, those who had a high level of mental energy fire could inscribe formations and inscription scrolls faster. They would be stronger in both elixir and weapon refinement. This was the benefit of having a high level of mental energy usage. The subtle realm was the meticulous use of one's mental energy. One would not waste a single bit of it, and would use it to its fullest potential. The heart limit realm, as its name suggested, moved one's mind and the fire of one's spirit. It was incomparably fast. At this realm, be it controlling puppets or inscribing formations, he was terrifyingly fast. In an instant he was able to inscribe a large formation. How strong was his combat power? It could be said that when two people with the same level of mental energy fire used their mental energy to the extreme realm, they could easily kill someone in the subtle realm. As for the intent movement and Shinha, they were even more amazing. Now the intermediate difficulty is no longer enough for me to level up. It's time to choose the advanced difficulty. At that moment, Lu Ming chose the advanced difficulty and stepped in. He had just entered for a few breaths when there was a flash of light outside the door of light. Lu Ming reappeared. This is too fast. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. In the advanced difficulty, the arrows that appeared were insanely fast and extremely agile. They could make hundreds of turns in an instant. The mental fire arrow that Lu Ming controlled could not keep up with them at all. The moment they entered, they were killed in seconds before they could even block one arrow. The difference was too great. Looks like I'll have to train in the intermediate difficulty for a while longer. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He chose the intermediate difficulty again and started to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days passed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming's usage of the mental energy fire was getting better and better. The arrows condensed by the mental energy fire became more and more agile under his control. Their speed was terrifyingly fast. He controlled an arrow and shot it into the middle of the other's arrow shaft. The remaining power didn't stop, and even offset the other arrow. If Lu Ming used one arrow, he would be able to nullify 2 arrows that were made of mental fire of the same strength. When there were no more arrows condensed around him, Lu Ming's mental energy fire was only left with half of it. Lu Ming's usage of mental energy fire had improved by another level. However, he felt that he had not broken through the heart-to-heart realm. Now I should be able to try the advanced difficulty. Lu Ming exited the place and chose the advanced difficulty. He took a step in. Whoosh! An arrow moved as fast as lightning in the air. It changed hundreds of directions in an instant, leaving a long trace. Lu Ming could not keep up with the speed of the other party by controlling an arrow. He controlled the 9 arrows and sniped them from different directions. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 9 arrows flew in different directions and blocked the incoming arrow. With a bang, the arrow was finally stopped. However, before Lu Ming could celebrate, 2 more arrows formed and shot toward him. Lu Ming could only gather more arrows to block it. This time, Lu Ming only lasted for half a minute before he was teleported out. Continue. After failing, as long as his mental energy was restored, Lu Ming would continue to step in. Chapter 874 Heart. He stepped in again and again, but failed again and again. Oh! Just like that, another 7 days passed. It had been more than 20 days since Lu Ming entered the spiritual tempering hall to cultivate. Lu Ming cultivated like crazy, training his usage of mental energy fire like a mad demon. Buzz. Outside the light door, there was a flash of light and Lu Ming's figure appeared. I know, so it's like this, so it's like this. Lu Ming mumbled to himself, his eyes glimmering with excitement. After such a long period of cultivation, he finally caught a trace of inspiration, the inspiration to break through to heart-reaching. Then he sat cross-legged and carefully comprehended that inspiration. He sat there for an entire day. A day later, he suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes had calmed down, but revealed a ray of confidence. Then he stepped into the light door and stood in the void. Whoosh! A blue arrow was as fast as lightning. It made hundreds of turns in the air in an instant, and was shot toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's glabella glowed, and an arrow was formed. Go! With a single thought, the arrow flew out. In the next moment, it accurately appeared in front of the arrow and collided with it. Whoosh! Whoosh! The next moment, 2 arrows appeared and shot toward Lu Ming from 2 directions. With a single thought, 2 arrows flew out and made hundreds of turns in the air, catching up to the 2 arrows and canceling them out. The heart is at its limit. This is the heart. I've finally broken through. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Whoosh! 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 The arrows flew in all directions, but none of them could hit Lu Ming. In the end, all the arrows were blocked by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's usage of the mental energy fire had finally broken through and reached the early stage of the heart realm. However, Lu Ming did not stop. He continued to cultivate. He didn't choose the top difficulty, but continued to train in the advanced difficulty. It was said that the top difficulty level was for those at the level of will. Time passed by quickly. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been cultivating in the spiritual tempering hall for 50 days. There were still 10 days left before the competition on the observatory platform. Lu Ming's usage of mental energy fire had already reached the late stage of heart limit. To go from the peak of minute subtlety to the late stage of heart realm in 50 days was a speed that would leave anyone dumbfounded. Only a 7th-rank alchemist could master the state of heart. A 6th-rank alchemist who could master it was already a genius among geniuses. Anyone could come to the spiritual tempering hall, but who would have such a speed of progress? From this, it could be seen that Lu Ming was very talented in the inscription Dao. It's time to go out and buy a batch of blood essence. It's been so long, I should have it by now. Lu Ming pondered and left the spirit tempering hall, flying toward the treasure pavilion. During this period, Lu Ming went to the treasure pavilion once and ordered a batch of demonic beast blood essence. Soon, they arrived at the treasure pavilion. Beauty, how's the demonic beast blood essence I ordered? Lu Ming asked with a smile. It was still the same beauty from before. Junior brother Tianyan, you've come. The beautiful woman's big eyes stared at Lu Ming, shining brightly. Now Lu Ming was a famous person in the talisman sect. Who did not know that he had fought more than 10 god-level prodigies back then? The 50 portions of Class 8 Level 6 Demonic Beast Blood Essence and 50 portions of Class 9 Level 6 Demonic Beast Blood Essence you asked for took a lot of effort to gather. The beauty laughed and took out a storage ring. Thank you. Lu Ming smiled and kept the storage ring. He then handed the raw gemstone to the other party. I still have to use it sparingly. Lu Ming made up his mind. After paying the raw gemstones, he headed to Yin Peak House. Along the way, people who saw Lu Ming looked at him with awe and curiosity. The competition will begin in 10 days. Tianyun's martial Dao might be strong, but his Dao of inscription might not be. That's right. We'll be able to see the real deal in 10 days. If the Dao of inscription is not good enough, no matter how strong his martial arts are, he'll have to step down from the Zongzi candidate throne. Many people were discussing and looking forward to the competition in 10 days. Lu Ming returned to the Cloud Peak residence and saw Bai Qixue inscribing the inscription scroll seriously. Her jade-like fingers were long and beautiful as she danced in the air. Inscriptions flew into the talisman paper one after another. The peak of the subtle realm. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Bai Qixue had made great progress after not seeing him for some time. Her use of the spiritual fire had reached the peak of the refinement realm. It didn't take long for him to finish inscribing a Class 7 Level 6 rune scroll. Tianyan, you're back? Where had he been cultivating all this time? How's the progress? Bai Qixue's eyes lit up when she saw Lu Ming. It's all right, there's been some progress. Lu Ming said. Some progress? Why don't we have a competition to see who's faster at inscribing inscriptions? Bai Qixue said, with an eager look in his eyes. Lu Ming smiled in his heart. This girl had a breakthrough and wanted to show off in front of Lu Ming. Sure, how do we compete? Lu Ming said with a smile. What do you think about our speed of inscribing formations outside? Bai Qixue said with excitement. Sure, but since it's a competition, there should be some punishment, right? If you lose, how will you be punished? Lu Ming smiled. What punishment? Bai Qixue blinked her big eyes. How about this? If you lose, you kiss me. If I lose, I'll kiss you. How about it? Lu Ming chuckled. You. Who wants to kiss you? You rascal. Bai Qixue's face turned red. Ha. Lu Ming laughed. He did not do it on purpose. He was in a good mood after having a breakthrough in the use of mental energy fire. Moreover, he had not seen Bai Qixue for a long time. He just wanted to tease her and relax the atmosphere. It's fine if you don't agree, but whoever loses will treat you to a big meal. Lu Ming smiled and strode out of the room. Bai Qixue glared at Lu Ming, but there was a hint of a smile in her eyes. Outside the Cloud Peak house, there was a large open space. It was very wide. The two of them stood facing each other. Let's start. Break. Bai Qixue suddenly shouted and stomped on the ground. At the same time, her 10 fingers bloomed in the air, and dazzling inscriptions flew out and sank into the ground. Buzz. On the ground, a formation immediately appeared, shining with bright light. However, Lu Ming kept smiling and stood there with his hands behind his back, not moving at all. This guy, why isn't he moving? He's really arrogant. Watch how I teach him a lesson. Bai Qixue snorted and took a step forward. The formation glowed and 2 snow-white eagles were formed, flying toward Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming began to move. Lu Ming took a step forward and dense runes appeared on the ground. The runes intertwined and formed a formation. In an instant, 9 formations appeared on the ground almost at the same time. Dandan, the divine turtle of the world. The 9 formations were layered on top of each other, emitting a bewildering light. The 2 combat swords crushed the 2 eagles. At the same time, vines, chains, and a cage of fire appeared, trapping Bai Qixue in the middle. 9 formations? Bai Qixue was dumbfounded. They clearly did not see Lu Ming inscribing the array just now. In the end, they only saw Lu Ming taking a step forward. With just 1 step, he actually inscribing 9 arrays. This was too terrifying, right? Wasn't this speed a little too fast? Heart of the Earth, this is the heart of the Earth realm. You broke through? All of a sudden, Bai Qixue seemed to have thought of something. Her eyes widened and she looked at Lu Ming in a daze. I was cultivating in the spiritual energy refining hall a while ago, and I was lucky enough to make a breakthrough. Do you still want to compete? Lu Ming said with a smile. No more, no more. Bai Qixue kept shaking her head. Lu Ming smiled. He took a step forward and the array disappeared. Tianyun, you're truly crafty. You've clearly broken through, and yet you still agreed to spar with me. You're too crafty, Bai Qixue glared at Lu Ming, gritting her teeth. At the thought of Lu Ming's proposal of giving her a kiss if she lost, she gritted her teeth. She felt that Lu Ming was deliberately trying to take advantage of her. He had clearly broken through, yet he still agreed to compete with her. He was too evil. You didn't ask for the competition yourself. I never said anything about it. Lu Ming said with a smile. Cunning fellow. There's no big meal to eat. Bai Qixue snorted again, and ran back to her room with a proud smile. Hey, you can't go back on your word. Lu Ming was rather speechless. Shaking his head, Lu Ming walked into the courtyard, pushed open the door, and entered. Lu Ming was stunned the moment he entered the room. A small turtle was lying on his bed with its legs crossed. It was gnawing on a blood ginseng that was 10 times fatter than the turtle. Crack, crack, crack. He ate with great relish. Dandan? Lu Ming revealed a look of disbelief. It's actually Dandan. Didn't she run away during the battle in 9 Dragons? Why would he appear here? After all, this was the Yin and Yang mountain. Even a martial emperor could not break the formation of the mountain. How did Dandan get in? Lu Ming, you're back. I've really missed you to death. When Dandan saw Lu Ming, she finished the huge blood ginseng in a few bites and pounced on him. Luckily, Dandan had sent her voice to Bai Qixue, so she didn't hear it. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed Dandan's head, lifting her in the air. Then he took a step forward and an inscription array appeared, isolating the sound. At the same time, the door was closed. Lu Ming, what are you doing? Quickly release me. Dandan shouted, her 4 legs dancing wildly. You're as timid as a mouse, a guy who's afraid of death, and you still dare to come to me? How did you get away so quickly during the battle in 9 Dragons? Lu Ming asked. Don't slander me. What do you mean I'm afraid of death? I'm wise. I'm far from recovering. I can't help much even if I stay there. Of course, I have to act according to the situation. While all those experts are out, I went to steal a treasure house. Hee. Dandan knew. You went to steal from the treasure house? Whose? Martial Emperor Di Yi's? Lu Ming asked in bewilderment. Of course not. It's just a small treasure vault. There's not much in it. Dandan's eyes rolled. I don't believe it. Take it out and split it in half. Lu Ming said. No, I really don't have any. Let me tell you, most of what I got were spirit herbs. I've been using them to recover during this period of time. I've recovered a lot during this time, and can already inscribe 6th and 7th level inscriptions and array techniques. Quickly let go of me. Dandan shouted, her 2 claws stomping hard. Lu Ming then let go of Dandan. Dandan spat out more than 10 jade talismans from her mouth, and gave them to Lu Ming. These are level 6 and 7 inscriptions and arrays. Look, I've been thinking about you all the time. Lu Ming picked up a piece and scanned it with his mind. Indeed, there were many kinds of inscriptions on it. They were very complicated and there were many inscriptions that even Lien Tsang did not know. Lu Ming nodded and kept it without any hesitation. He looked at Dandan curiously and said, How did you know I was here? Also, how did you get in? I can sense your aura no matter how far away I am. Haha, do you really need to enter this place? Who am I? The head of the top 10 war beasts, the world divine turtle, is more than enough to enter this formation. Dandan burst into laughter. Divine turtle of the world. Lu Ming caught the keyword. Dandan did not mention this word when she bragged in the past. That's right, the world turtle. This time, I ate a large amount of spiritual medicine and recovered a little. I finally remember what my name is. This name is domineering, right? Ha ha ha. Dandan danced with joy, her face full of pride. What's the world turtle? Lu Ming was very curious. He had never heard of this name. You're the plaything, your whole family is a plaything. Dandan was unhappy. She pointed at Lu Ming and shouted, I only remember the name. I'm not too sure about the rest. However, the formation in this place is really powerful. If I hadn't recovered a little, I wouldn't have been able to enter. This fellow. Lu Ming was still a little shocked by Dandan. It was not for anything else, but that he had sneaked into Mount Liangyi. If word got out, it would cause a great uproar. Since you're here, just stay here and don't run around. With that said, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the bed, took out the jade talisman given by Dandan, and started to read it. There were many types of 6th and 7th level inscriptions and arrays in the Dandan jade talisman. It could be said that there were all kinds of them. It was an eye-opener for Lu Ming, and he was so engrossed in it that he forgot about devouring and refining the blood essence. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. 10 days later, the competition between the talisman sect's disciples finally began. It was to fight for the 3 spots in the Heaven Observation Land. Lu Ming opened the door and walked out. Dandan was lying on his shoulder. Tianyan, when did you get a turtle? Bai Qixue looked over curiously. Oh, it's a wild turtle I picked up from the ravine behind the mountain. It looks quite fat, and I'm planning to make soup for it later. Lu Ming answered casually. This made Dandan so angry that she rolled her eyes and almost exploded her turtle shell. You're the wild turtle. Your whole family are wild turtles. Dandan pointed at Lu Ming and shouted. And it's a king-tier wild tortoise. Interesting. Tianyan, let me play with it for 2 days. Bai Qixue opened her eyes wide and looked at Dandan. Dandan was so angry that her whole body was twitching. The two of them chatted as they flew toward the competition. Not long after, the two of them came to a square paved with white jade. At the top of the square, there was a huge jade wall that was more than 3 meters high and 10,000 meters long. Array debate with pictures. One could see that there were inscriptions shining on the jade wall. It was obvious that the jade wall was covered in inscriptions. Oh. At this moment, the white jade square was already packed with people. Countless young geniuses of the talisman sect had gathered here. Not only young people, but many older people also came to watch the competition. Look, Tianyan is here. He really dares to come. The heavens' favorites will not let him go. This time we can't use martial arts. Let's see how strong his Tao of inscription is. He actually managed to sit on the throne of Zongzi candidate. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, everyone's eyes were on him. Tianyan, I hope that your Tao of inscription will not disappoint me. Sunrise walked over. His eyes were very cold, and he glared at Lu Ming fiercely. What happened last time was simply a great humiliation. Not bad, Lu Ming. I hope you won't disappoint me. Guanrong also walked past. He looked at Lu Ming with a sullen and provocative expression. At the same time, the paragons who had been beaten up by Lu Ming previously glared at him fiercely, as if they wanted to bite him. Asking for a beating again, right? Lu Ming's gaze swept across the paragons with hostility, causing them to turn pale. They snorted coldly and walked to the other side. From time to time, paragons would fly over in the sky. Lu Ming saw Ji Mai Yintang and Meng Jia. These three people could be said to be the main characters of the day, receiving everyone's attention. The Talisman sect had 13 people in the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents. All 13 of them were Zongzi's candidates and would not be participating this time. As for Ji Mai Yintang Tong and Meng Jia, they were the ones who were closest to the 100th place. They were also the most qualified candidates for the top 3. The observatory was also the place that the 3 of them had the most hope of obtaining. Who do you guys think will get first place? It must be Ji Mai. He's ranked 107th on the list of top 1,000 talents. Although the list hasn't been updated for a long time, I don't think anyone can surpass him. That's right, I think so too. Ji Mai should be first without a doubt. As for Yen Tongtong and Meng Jia, their ranks are quite close. I wonder who's stronger. I wonder if any dark horses have emerged. What do you guys think Tianyan will be in the top few? It is undeniable that Tianyan's martial Tao is so powerful. No one in the Talisman sect's younger generation has such a powerful martial Tao. I'm afraid that the elders have taken a fancy to his martial Tao, which is why they conferred him the title of Zongzi candidate. It's impossible for him to be very strong. At most, he can cultivate to assist his martial arts. That's right. It's impossible to be strong in both. There's no such monstrous person in existence. The surrounding area was filled with discussions. At this moment, a group of figures appeared in the sky, and the entire place fell silent. The Talisman Sect Master, Bai Shijin, the Puppet Sect Master, Du Songjue, and a few other elders had all come. In the sky, runes appeared and chairs appeared. The elders sat down in the air. At the level of the doyens, inscribing formations in the air was a simple matter. All right, I'll be the host of today's competition. A figure stepped out, his voice rumbling and spreading in all directions. It's Supreme Martial Artist Meng Chong. I didn't expect him to be personally hosting this event. The surroundings were in chaos as many people revealed excited expressions. Meng Chong was one of the 5 great supremes of the Talisman Amulet sect. No one had expected that he would be the host of this competition. The 2 sect masters were also present. It seemed like this competition was very important to them. Many people rubbed their fists and wiped their palms, preparing to put on a good performance later. If they were taken in as a disciple by any of the elders, they would be rich. This competition will be divided into 3 stages. The first stage is to identify formations on the White Jade Wall. The second stage is to challenge the 10,000 formation pagoda. The second stage is to compete with each other. Now let's begin the first stage. Meng Chong announced and flew towards the 10,000-meter-long Jade Wall. He waved his hand and a landscape painting appeared on the wall. For us inscription masters, first of all, our eyesight is very important. If we enter a dangerous place full of formations, we must first be able to see and identify where there are formations, and where there are none. Take this landscape painting as an example. There are many formations on it. What you need to do is to find a formation from this painting. Find one formation and obtain 1 point. Those who do not have 10 points will be eliminated. Those who have more than 10 points will advance to the next round. As he said this, Meng Chong extended his finger and pointed at a corner of the painting. With a loud roar, a huge tiger flew out from the painting. This meant that there was a formation here. Now do you understand? Meng Chong looked around and shouted. Understood. Everyone responded. More importantly, you have to be extremely careful when searching for a formation. If you find the wrong one, you'll be eliminated. Thus, if you're not confident in your chances, it's best not to act recklessly. Alright, wait a moment. There will be many paintings on the white jade wall, and the difficulty will be the same. However, the paintings will be different, so you can choose whatever you want. Come up and identify them. Meng Chong announced. Then, two elders appeared on both sides of the jade wall. With a wave of their hands, inscriptions were inserted into the white jade wall. Instantly, the 10,000-meter-long white jade wall began to glow, and pictures began to appear. There was a painting every meter. There were 5,000 paintings on the white jade wall, and they were all different. There were scenes of mountains, rivers, demonic beasts, and great battles. All 6th-level alchemists under the age of 30 can go up the stage. Meng Chong ordered. Buzz. And MBSB whoosh. Immediately, many figures flew up and landed under the white jade wall. They randomly chose a picture. Let's go to. Bai Qixue said. Lu Ming nodded. He and Bai Qixue flew up and landed under the white jade wall. They each chose a painting. Not long after, out of the 5,000 chapters, more than 3,000 paintings were chosen. In other words, there were more than 3,000 6th-level alchemists under the age of 30. This number was not bad. Of course, most of them were ordinary and could not be considered heaven's favorites. As soon as they landed on the white jade wall, many people began to observe it quietly, trying to identify the formation. The surrounding spectators also quieted down, so as not to disturb the competition. The painting that Lu Ming chose was a landscape painting. A swordsman carrying a long sword on his back was walking on a mountain path. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the area. Blue mental energy fire emanated from his fingers, and he tapped on the branch of a small tree. Instantly, a Silavira combat sword flew out and then disappeared. On the upper right corner of the picture, a number appeared, 1. It meant 1 point. Under the white jade wall, the others also waved their hands and pointed. On the wall, all kinds of lights flashed continuously. There were weapons, demonic beasts, flames, lightning, and so on. The scene was incomparably magnificent and dazzling. It was a spectacular sight to see from afar. In the beginning, everyone's speed in finding the array was very fast. However, after finding 5 formations, many people slowed down. In the picture scroll, some formations were relatively simple and easy to recognize, while some formations were very well hidden and difficult to recognize. Increasing at a constant speed, many people began to frown and ponder, their eyes fixed on the painting. Buzz. Suddenly, someone pointed out a finger, and the entire painting shone brightly. Then the painting disappeared from the wall in a flash. AI. That person sighed. He had chosen the wrong person, and the picture disappeared, becoming the first person to be eliminated. Seeing that someone had been eliminated by the wrong call, the others became even more careful and didn't dare to rashly make a move. However, the competition had a time limit of half an hour. Once the time was up, those who had less than 10 points would also be eliminated. Some people were deep in thought, but some people were still very fast. It was as if they didn't need to think. Their fingers continued to point out, and one formation after another was found. These people were all Heaven's Pride level figures. A Heaven's favorite is indeed a Heaven's favorite. His eyesight is extraordinary. He was able to identify a formation just by pointing at it casually. How amazing! Of course, an alchemist's eyesight is very important. If you don't have good eyesight, you won't be able to become a Heaven's favorite. Look, Ji Mai, Yin Tong Tong, and Meng Jia are the fastest. They've already found 20 formations without much consideration. This is shocking. Look, the other chosen have also found more than 10 spell formations. The first round of the test is not difficult for them at all. Look, that Tianyan is so fast, he's actually found more than 10. Could it be that his Tao of Inscription is also so amazing? Some people were discussing. In the end, they looked at Lu Ming in surprise. That's normal. The strength of the Tianyan martial arts shows that he's very intelligent. Even if he helps with the path of inscription, he won't be too bad. It's normal for him to pass the first round. Not bad. Some of the older generation spoke, and the others nodded. During this period, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the other elders watched with interest. However, their gazes were mostly on Lu Ming. They were very clear that Lu Ming's first 5 levels were at the perfect stage. However, mental energy fire alone was not enough to master the Tao of Inscription. One's eyesight, the use of mental energy fire, the number of inscriptions and arrays one had mastered, and the strength of one's understanding were all very important. If he only had a strong mental fire and nothing else, he would be useless. It was like a person who had great strength, but did not know any martial arts techniques or battle experience. Then his strength would not be able to exert its original effect. The competition this time was also a test for Lu Ming. Otherwise, why would all of them appear in a competition between the younger generation? Lu Ming's expression was calm as he continued to point his fingers. He was neither fast nor slow. He maintained a uniform movement. It did not seem to be very fast, slower than Ji Mai and the rest. Very soon, Lu Ming had found 20 formations. However, his speed was still the same, neither fast nor slow. In the arena, there were people who continuously made mistakes and were eliminated. There were fewer and fewer people. In the end, many people didn't dare to make a move. They stared at the picture with bloodshot eyes. Some people found more than 10 formations, and without full confidence, they would not dare to make a move. If there were more than 10 people, they could already pass and enter the next round. If they made another move and pointed out the wrong number, they would really vomit blood. Slowly, many people stopped and looked at the others. At this moment, Ji Mai, Yan Tongtong, and Meng Jia had already found more than 50 formations. At this point, their speed had already started to slow down. Sometimes, they needed to think for a while before pointing out a finger. As for Guanrong and the other God-tier heaven's favorites, he had found more than 40 of them. However, his speed was much slower. He had to think for a while before he could find one. Sunrise, in particular, had already found 43 formations. He was frowning and his eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the picture on the white jade wall, but he couldn't find the 44th formation. At this time, Lu Ming's speed was still at a moderate pace. There was no change in his speed compared to before. He pointed with his finger continuously, and the number of arrays he found kept increasing. 30, 40, 50. Very soon, the number of arrays that Lu Ming had found had exceeded 50. However, the speed did not slow down and it was still increasing. At this moment, many people's gazes were attracted to Lu Ming. Guys, look. Tianyan has already found more than 50 formations, and it's still increasing. What's going on? He's not slowing down at all. He's so fast, he's almost catching up to Ji Mai and the others. How did this happen? The surrounding discussions affected even more people. Countless eyes looked at Lu Ming. At first they were puzzled, but slowly they turned into shock. When the number of formations Ji Mai found reached 60, Lu Ming's number also reached 60. However, the number of formations that Lu Ming found exceeded 60, and he became the first. This was shocking. No one had expected that Lu Ming could actually find so many arrays. The key was that the speed of his finger was still maintained at a constant speed, as if he didn't need to think. At that moment, even the geniuses who were taking part in the competition below the white jade wall had their eyes on Lu Ming. Sunrise's eyes were bloodshot. He pondered for a long time, but could not find 44 arrays. When he heard the movement beside him, he looked at Lu Ming. With one look, his pupils suddenly widened, revealing a look of disbelief, and he shrieked. How is that possible? How could he have found so many? It's impossible. He simply couldn't believe it, and didn't dare to believe it. Slowly, even Ji Mai, Yin Tong and Meng Jia stopped searching. They looked at Lu Ming in surprise. Lu Ming was still not slow. He pointed his fingers at a uniform speed and one by one, the arrays were found. This Tianyun couldn't possibly be able to find all the formations, right? That's too terrifying. Look, he's not even slowing down. I know now. From the start, he maintained a speed that was neither too fast nor too slow. That way, he would have enough time to think and identify. However, my Ji and the others were too fast at the start, so they would have to slow down to think later on. I think Tianyun will stop soon, so he can't be as strong as my Ji. Someone voiced out his thoughts, causing many to nod in agreement. In the sky, by Shijin Du Songjiwe, and a few others had faint smiles on their faces. They were very calm, and no one knew what they were thinking. However, as the number of arrays that Lu Ming found increased, his speed did not seem to slow down at all. The number of arrays that he found continued to increase. Very quickly, it exceeded 70, and the number was increasing at a constant rate. 71, 72. Those who thought that Lu Ming would stop immediately were dumbfounded, and their faces were flushed red. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Ming. They stared at him, and wanted to see how many Lu Ming could find. When Lu Ming clicked on the 76th option, he suddenly stopped and turned to look at his surroundings. Who? The crowd that was watching heaved a long sigh of relief. Lu Ming finally stopped. "99 formations. Look, I was right, wasn't I?" He kept a moderate speed in the beginning so that he had time to think. But he has his limit, and now he has reached it. I bet he has reached the end and can't find the next array. The person who had spoken earlier immediately spoke again, winning the approval of the crowd. That's right. 76 should be his limit. However, it's already terrifying. I don't think Ji Mai and the others can exceed this number. I didn't expect that Tianyun's eyes would be so sharp. Many people sighed in disgust. Lu Ming looked at his surroundings in surprise. The reason he stopped wasn't because he couldn't find it, but because he suddenly felt eyes on him from all directions. He was surprised, so he stopped. At this time, he looked around and saw that there was nothing. Lu Ming looked at the picture again, stretched out his finger and pointed. The 3 combat swords slashed out and then disappeared in the air. Another array was found. Then Lu Ming started to point at it at a uniform speed. The 78th, 79th, 80th. In a few breaths, Lu Ming had found more than 80 arrays, and the number was still increasing. Everyone present was dumbfounded. The person who had spoken earlier almost bit his tongue, and his face turned red. He had just said with certainty that Lu Ming had reached his limit, and it was impossible to find the next one. However, he was immediately slapped in the face, and he felt his face burning. How many can he find? I don't know. Tianyun's speed has always been constant. I can't guess. It said that there are a total of 99 formations on a painting. He won't find all of them, will he? That shouldn't be possible. In history, there are very few people who could find all the formations. Even those supreme beings didn't have this skill when they were young. The discussion continued without stopping. Ji Mai, Meng Jia, and the rest all stopped and stared at Lu Ming. At this moment, they already knew that they would definitely lose as they were identifying the formation quickly. They could not beat Lu Ming. They were even more curious about how many Lu Ming could find. Damn it, how did this happen? Sunrise's eyes were red and he growled. He had always harbored a grudge against Lu Ming after being abused by him the last time. However, he could not defeat Lu Ming. He had always wanted to humiliate Lu Ming in the Tao of Inscription in this competition. But now, the array that Lu Ming found was far superior to his. How could he humiliate him? Interesting. In the air, by Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others all revealed expressions of interest. Lu Ming had no other thoughts in his mind. He pointed his finger continuously and had no intention of stopping. He had received the inheritance from Liansong, so he knew a lot of inscriptions and formations. Also, the inscriptions and formations that Dandan had given him were even more complex and had all kinds of things. The formations on these drawings were only meant to test the young, so how could they possibly stump him? The number of formations he found continued to increase, and soon, it exceeded 90, but it did not stop. Very quickly 96, 97, 98. Finally, Lu Ming pointed with a finger. The sound of a sword whistling reverberated throughout the square. 99. Lu Ming had found 99 formations. At this moment, Lu Ming finally stopped because he realized that there was no more formation on the picture. At this moment, the entire place was silent. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in a daze. Their eyes were wide open and they could not say a word. It was too shocking. Lu Ming had actually found all the array techniques. This was beyond everyone's expectations. In the history of the Talisman Amulet sect, this had only happened a few times. Could it be that Lu Ming's inscription skills were also so terrifying that they were above his martial arts? How was this possible? How could there be such an abnormal person in the world? Being good at identifying formations doesn't mean that one's Tao of inscriptions is good. Identifying formations tests one's knowledge and insight. Perhaps Tianyan has seen many inscriptions and formations before, which is why he's so good at identifying formations. That's right. There have been people like that in history. The cultivation level and usage of mental fire were very poor. However, due to his extensive reading, he has very good eyesight and is very good at identifying arrays. Perhaps Lu Ming is such a person. Yes, it must be like this. Many people agreed. It seemed that this was the only way to make them feel better. Impossible, this is impossible. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly reverberated through the entire area. Everyone's gaze turned to the person who had shouted, "Sunrise." The person who shouted was Sunrise. Suarai's eyes were red as he glared at Lu Ming and roared. "Tianyan, it's impossible for you to find all the formations. You're cheating, you're definitely cheating." Lu Ming sneered. He looked at the rising sun and said, "Which eye of yours saw me cheating? Also, there are so many people here. Did anyone see me cheating? Maybe you're just lucky and picked a very simple picture. There are a total of 5,000 pictures here. So it's normal for you to pick a simple one." Sunrise gritted his teeth and shouted. At this moment, he was filled with jealousy. He had completely forgotten that Meng Chong had said that the difficulty of these 5,000 drawings was the same. The reason why he said this was because he was suspicious of Meng Chong, a supreme martial artist. Nonsense. As expected, Meng Chong's face darkened. He looked at the rising sun and snorted. Sunrise shuddered but still gritted his teeth and looked at Lu Ming. He did not believe that Lu Ming could really find all the arrays. He still believed that Lu Ming was lucky and had chosen a simple picture. In the crowd, there were also people who revealed thoughtful expressions. Some people had the same thoughts as the rising sun. After all, there were a total of 5,000 drawings on the white jade wall, and every one of them was different. It was too difficult to ensure that the difficulty of all 5,000 drawings was the same. Perhaps, there were some drawings that were relatively easier. Many people had such thoughts. They were no longer as shocked as they were when they looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression was calm. He looked at the rising sun indifferently and said, "So you're saying that the difficulty of your painting is very high? At least it's harder than yours," Sunrise said coldly. Lu Ming smiled and strode toward the rising sun. What are you trying to do?" Sunrise's body trembled, and he could not help but take a step back. He was still traumatized after being beaten up by Lu Ming for a while previously. He was afraid that Lu Ming would fly into a rage out of humiliation and beat him up again. "You're really trash." Lu Ming pursed his lips, making Sunrise's face turn ashen. "You found 43 formations? This is your result? You think you can be called a god-tier heaven's favorite?" Lu Ming sneered. "The difficulty is different. What are you so proud of?" Sunrise gritted his teeth. Oh really? Difficulty. Hee hee hee. With that, Lu Ming suddenly strode forward to the picture of the rising sun and waved his hand. Countless finger shadows flew out and touched the picture of the rising sun. Yours is it very difficult? At this moment, Lu Ming had pointed at least 30 fingers. The roars of the beasts were continuous. Giant wallevers, fierce tigers, eagles, and other demonic beasts flew out and howled at the sky. On the upper left corner, the number representing the number of formations began to soar. In the beginning it was 43. In an instant, it rose to 75. In a single breath, the number had soared to 75. However, this was not the end. Lu Ming waved his fingers, and the sky was filled with finger shadows. At a terrifying speed, he continuously pointed. The number continued to rise. 5 breaths. In just 5 breaths, that number had soared to 99. He found all of them. Within 5 breaths, Lu Ming had pointed out all the formations. This. Countless people's eyes were wide open. Their mouths were as wide as half of their faces. They all had the same expression as they looked at Lu Ming in a daze. Silence. The entire place was silent, not a single sound was made. This was too terrifying. He had found all the formations in 5 breaths. This had never happened before. This guy. Bai Qixue's beautiful eyes were filled with excitement as she looked at Lu Ming. Ji Mai, Yin Tong Tong, Ming Jia, and the others were also shocked. Your drawing, is it very difficult? Lu Ming's gaze shifted back to the rising sun as he spoke indifferently. These words were like a series of slaps on Sunrise's face, causing his face to flush red as if it was about to bleed. His eyes were bloodshot, and his body was trembling violently. He was still in shock. He had just said that Lu Ming's picture was simple, and he was just lucky. But now, he had pondered hard for a long time, and only found 43 of the pictures that he had chosen. He had also said earlier that his pictures would definitely be more difficult than Lu Ming's. The most ironic thing was that he could not find a picture after racking his brains. He said that it was more difficult than Lu Ming's, but Lu Ming found it with a wave of his hand in less than 5 breaths. Could there be anything more ironic than this? Compared to Lu Ming, he was simply blind and useless. He wished he could find a hole to hide in. Tianyun, don't be too pleased with yourself. Identifying formations is just a test of one's eye of discernment. You've only read a few more books on formations and inscriptions, and that's all. However, in the Tao of inscription, not only will knowledge be useful, it will also require application. If you can't use it, you're just a nerd. Sunrise growled. He did not believe that Lu Ming's Tao of refinement was that impressive. Like some people, he thought that Lu Ming had only seen more inscription arrays. Is that so? Lu Ming smiled faintly and turned to leave. He could not be bothered with the rising sun. Not bad. In the sky, Bai Shijin stroked his beard and laughed. Bai Shijin, don't be happy too early. He has received the inheritance of our master, and has mastered the inscription formations. It's only natural that he can recognize all the formations in the pictures. The main thing is to look at the back. Du Songjue said. That's true. Bai Shijin nodded. They were conversing through voice transmission, so no one else could hear them. Alright, half an hour hasn't passed yet. If you want to continue searching, then quickly continue. At this moment, Meng Chong announced. Ji Mai, Yin Tonghua, Ming Jia, and the others perked up and continued their search. Very quickly, half an hour had passed. Everyone's results were already out. More than 3,000 people had participated, and more than half of them had been eliminated. Only 1,500 people had passed the first round. Without a doubt, Lu Ming's results were first. The second place was Ji Mai. He found 67 formations. The third place was a young man named H. Ming, who had found 65 formations. Yen Tongtong and Meng Jia were tied at fourth place, having found 62 formations. The other God-tier heavens favorites all had less than 60 and more than 40. Bai Qixue's result was unexpectedly good. She actually found 45, 2 more than the rising sun. The first round of the competition had officially ended. Now let's begin the second round, the all-formation tower. Meng Chang's voice resounded through the entire area. Everyone looked to the east of the white jade square. There was a pagoda there. It was thousands of meters tall and reached into the clouds. It occupied a vast area. This was the All Formations Pagoda. Meng Chong walked in the air and arrived near the Thousand Formation Tower first. I believe most of you know that the Thousand Formations Pagoda is divided into 36 levels. There are many great formations inside, and they change endlessly. The power will be different according to the difficulty of the choice. The formations at the bottom are relatively simple. The higher you go, the more difficult it is. Only by breaking those formations can you get to the next level. The second round of the competition will be held in the Thousand Formations Pagoda. The difficulty level is medium. Only those who can pass the 12th level will pass and enter the next round. Meng Chong announced. What? The intermediate difficulty required one to pass all Tulivir levels? Such high requirements. I'm done for. I just passed the All Formations Pagoda not long ago. I can only reach level 9. I can only make it to the 10th level. It's over. I'm most likely going to be eliminated. As soon as Meng Chong's words fell, the surrounding people sighed. Lu Ming was curious. He had seen this All Formations Pagoda on the map that Bai Qixue had given him. It was a place for talisman amulet sect disciples to cultivate. Lu Ming had not been here before. Some people sighed, while others had calm eyes, clearly knowing what was going on. That was because most of them had come to pass the All Formations Tower, and there was a rough estimate of how many levels they could pass. Alright, there are a total of 15-16 people who have passed the first round. Each time, 500 people will enter. Now let's begin. Meng Chong announced. Suddenly, many figures rushed towards the Thousand Formations Pagoda. From the bottom of the Thousand Formations Pagoda, a door of light entered and disappeared. Ji Mai, Yan Tonghua, Meng Jia and H Ming, the four of them went in at the same time. This is going to be a good show. This H Ming is a dark horse. I wonder how many levels the four of them can reach. Around them, someone exclaimed. Lu Ming was also watching with great interest. How does the All Formations Tower look at results? How do we know who has passed and how many levels? At that moment, Bai Qixue had walked to Lu Ming's side. Lu Ming asked Bai Qixue about it. Did you see that? There's a huge jade tablet beside the Thousand Formations Pagoda. As long as someone enters, their name will be displayed on it. Behind the name, it will show the level they have reached. Also, this Thousand Formations Pagoda is absolutely fair. Everyone who goes in will face the same formation. Bai Qixue explained. Lu Ming looked to the side. Indeed, there was a jade tablet there with names appearing on it. There were 500 of them. At this moment, behind the 500 names, there was a 1. It was obvious that everyone was on the first floor. However, Ji Mai, Yan Tonghua, Meng Jia, and H Ming's names were quickly replaced by the word 2. The changes happened almost at the same time. This meant that the four of them had entered the second level at the same time. But not long after, the four of their names became 3 again. Only then did the other Heaven's favorites make it to the second level. Challenging the All Formations Pagoda. So fast. Ji Mai, Yan Tong, Meng Jia, and H Ming are so fast. They've reached the third level so quickly. The strength of the four of them is already stronger than the others by a level. Who is this H Ming? I've never heard of him before, but he's actually this strong? I heard that he was a disciple secretly trained by an elder. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the jade tablet, observing the changes in the names on it. At this moment, the names of Ji Mai and the other 3 appeared at the top, shining brightly. As time passed, the number of levels they passed continued to increase. Very quickly, Ji Mai and the other 3 made it past the 10th floor. At this moment, some people had already been eliminated. The worst was to make it to the 5th level, somewhere at the 6th level, the 7th level. Starting from the 5th level, there were people being eliminated on every level. The 1,000 formation pagoda flickered with light as talisman amulet sect disciples were transported out. The people who were teleported outside. Soon Jimai and the other 3 passed level to Levere. From the 13th level onwards, the speed of the 4 of them slowed down. That was because from the 13th level onwards, the difficulty would increase by a huge margin. 2 hours later, more than 430 out of the 500 people who had entered were eliminated. They had not passed level 12. The elimination rate was terrifyingly high. Only 60-odd people had passed level 12. After passing through the 12th level, there were also people who were constantly being transported out. The number of people who remained in the 1,000 Formations Tower was getting fewer and fewer. Meanwhile, Jimai had already reached the 23rd floor. Yen Tongtong, Mingjia, and H Ming had also reached the 22nd floor. Below, there were rooms on the 20th and 19th floor. What level do you think Jimai can reach? I estimate that at the 26th and 27th level, the difficulty will increase sharply for every 12 levels. From the 25th level onwards, the difficulty will be even greater. That's right. I also think that Jimai can only make it to level 27 at most. Yen Tongtong and the other 2 will be even worse off. Yes, that's about it. Even among the 13 Zongzi's candidates, only a few of them can pass the 30th level and above in the intermediate difficulty. Many people were discussing. As time passed, more and more people were teleported out. In the end, only Jimai, Yen Tonghua, Mingjia, and H Ming were left. At this moment, Jimai had already reached the 25th floor while the other 3 were on the 24th floor. After reaching the 25th floor, Jimai's speed was like a turtle crawling. He was much slower and was stuck on the 25th floor. He was unable to reach the 26th floor. It didn't take long for Yen Tongtong and the other 2 to reach the 25th floor. An hour later, the number behind Jimai's name changed from 25 to 26. Jimai had reached the 26th floor. This time, after 2 hours, Yen Tongtong and the other 2 reached the 26th floor. This time, the wait was even longer. After 3 hours, Jimai finally reached the 27th floor. Fortunately, they were all cultivators. They could wait for months, let alone hours. This time, it didn't take long for Jimai to appear on the 27th level of the All-Formation Pagoda. It seemed to be a coincidence. Less than 2 minutes after Ji Ziming stepped out, a bright light flashed on the 20th floor. Yen Tong, Mingjia, and H Ming were all teleported out. The 3 of them could only make it to the 26th floor. Alright, now that the first batch of people has come out, the next batch will continue. Meng Chong announced. Buzz. Buzz. And MBSP whoosh. One by one they rushed in. Lu Ming was not in a hurry. He watched with great interest. After the second group of people entered, the names on the jade tablet all changed to the names of the second group. Time flew by and night soon fell. Inscriptions glowed around the white jade square, forming pillars of light that brightened the white jade square as if it were daytime. Soon everyone was teleported out. In the second group, there was no one who was particularly amazing. The highest was only at level 25. Sunrise was also in the second group. He only made it to the 24th level before he was teleported out. Now the third batch. The rest of you go in. Meng Chong announced. The last batch had 516 people. Lu Ming and Bai Qixue followed the crowd and rushed into the 1,000 Formations Tower. Countless gazes were fixed on the jade tablet. Tianyan has entered. I wonder how many levels he'll be able to reach. Tianyun's array analysis is very powerful. Challenging the all-formation pagoda is related to the array analysis. I think his results won't be bad and he should be able to pass level 20. After the 20th level? You value him that much? That's right. He's really good at identifying arrays. I guess he can find the weaknesses of many arrays. As long as his Tao of inscription is not too bad, his results in the 1,000 Formations Tower will not be too bad. You're right. However, in the end he still needs to rely on his strength to pass the All Formations Pagoda. The 24th level is his limit. It's almost impossible for him to pass the 25th level. Many people expressed their opinions. There was a flash of light, and the surrounding environment changed. Lu Ming found himself in a valley. As soon as he appeared, formations appeared around the valley. The formations condensed into more than a dozen combat swords and slashed at Lu Ming. They're all low-grade level 6 formations. Lu Ming took a glance and understood everything. With a step, inscriptions spread out from the ground and entered the formations. The formations collapsed and disappeared. The surroundings changed again. This time they were in the middle of a forest. Lu Ming speculated that he had already reached the 2nd level. In the forest, formations appeared as well. This time, Lu Ming was faster. He took a step forward and runes appeared. He destroyed the weak points of the formations and caused them to collapse. The people outside were right about one thing. Lu Ming had sharp eyes. He could tell the weaknesses of these arrays with one look and could break them easily. Lu Ming's speed was incomparably fast. He passed through the levels one by one. The environment and the array techniques that appeared on each level were different, but it was not difficult for Lu Ming. His speed was like a hot knife through butter. So fast. Tianyun's speed is so fast. He's already reached the 10th level. Outside, someone exclaimed. In the third group of people, Lu Ming's speed was far ahead. His eyesight is indeed extraordinary. The level of the array below the 12th floor is not high and is relatively simple. It is not difficult for him to break it. But after the 13th floor, his speed will definitely slow down. That's right. After the 13th level, it's impossible to rely on your eyesight alone. Look, he has passed the 12th palace. Someone cried out in shock. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the jade tablet, on the first place, Tianyun's name. The name was displayed according to the name recorded in the identity token. The identity token recorded by Lu Ming in the Talisman Amulet sect was called Tianyun. Very quickly, the entire place fell silent. This was because after Lu Ming reached the 13th level, his speed did not slow down. He was still as fast as he was on the previous Tulivir levels. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.